Hither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on religions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? 今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
stupid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
Deadly form!
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
Deadly form!
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. freed from your mortal coil. With her! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past and actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? 私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past and actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? Minnaを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。やっ！さよなら！ は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past and actions here. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? Minnaを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。やっ！さよなら！今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing.
And good evening, OCC Australia. My name is Marcus Taurus Rex, and I'll be your host for tonight's broadcast. Whether you're joining us from across Oceania or tuning in from somewhere else around the world, thank you for being here and supporting another exciting night of competitive Mobile Legend action. Before we begin, I'd just like to recognize some of the incredible people working behind the scenes who has helped OCC possible for the last week. And as we continue through Season 3, the competition is beginning to heat up. Teams are finding their identity, refining their strategies, and proving why they belong among the best team competing in the Oceania region. Tonight was originally scheduled to feature 3 best of 3 series. However, we do have a competition update regarding match 2. Unfortunately, Stellar Astros experienced some internal team issues and have been forced to forfeit their scheduled series against Hyper and 9 Gorillas. While it's always disappointing to see match not played out on the battlefield, we wish Stellar all the best and hope to see them resolve their issue moving forward. So as a result, H9G will be awarded the series victory by forfeit. That means tonight's action will only focus on our remaining 2 featured matchups. And our first series of the evening is Xeon Nexus versus Bright Tenebris. This is a matchup that should provide plenty of excitement for viewers, and I'm expecting that Xeon Nexus to show some impressive performances throughout the season. I have heard that one of the players who many of you should be watching closely tonight is apparently a top global roamer and a Khalid specialist. And standing opposite them is the Bright Tenebris, a roster that represents one of the great strengths of the Oceania region. Their lineup features a mix of Australian and New Zealand talent, bringing together players from both sides of the Tasman to compete under one banner. Their teamwork and coordination will be put to the test as they look to secure a crucial victory tonight. And for our second and final featured series tonight, we will see Cut to Oblivion take on Trollbirds. This matchup presents an interesting contrast between experienced and emerging talents, as Cut to Oblivion has entered Season 3 with a strong reputation after finishing as runner-ups in Season 2. They came incredibly close to championship glory and will undoubtedly be looking to go one step further this season, expecting are high and every match they play will be an opportunity to prove they remain one of the strongest team in the competition. And on the other side, we have the Trollbirds, one of the newcomers to OCC Season 3. And every season bring fresh talent into the league, and new teams often have the opportunity to surprise established squad like CTO. Tonight presents a huge opportunity for them to make a statement against one of the competition's most respected teams. And for those tuning in for the first time, all of tonight's matches will be played in the best of 3 format, meaning teams must secure 2 victories to win the series. Adaptation between games, strategic drafting, and resilience often play a massive role in determining who ultimately comes out on top. And as always, we'd like to remind everyone to show good sportsmanship throughout the evening. Support your favorite teams, celebrate the big plays, and enjoy the competition while continuing to show respect to players, staff, and fellow community members. Now, the players are getting ready, the draft lobby is being prepared, and we're just moments away from kicking off our first series of the night. Can Xeon Nexus and their signature global roaming aggression overcome the mixed Australian and New Zealand lineup of Bright Tenebris? Or will the Season 2 runners-up Cut Oblivion remind everyone why they were title contenders? Or can the newcomers Trollbirds pull off a major upset? We're about to find out. On behalf of the entire OCC staff team, thank you for joining us and supporting Season 3. I'm Marcosaurus Rex, and it's now my pleasure to hand things over to our shoutcasters, Gani and Scared Yet, as we prepare for our opening best of 3 between Xeon Nexus and Bright Tenebris. Let's get day 4 underway and enjoy some incredible Mobile Legend action to our shoutcasters.
My man, Marco, thank you so very much for that. And trust me, I'm super excited. You heard Gani himself out here. My man, before we talk about anything else, how are you doing? How are you feeling being here on the desk on the OCC? Tell me about what emotions you're going through.
I mean, Scared Yet, I just saw and heard what Marco had to say, and it's actually it's a pleasure. You know, I'm very excited to see the games, but I'm really honored to be a part of OCC Australia Season 3 here. Scared Yet, I'm sure you feel the same, but boy, I am also excited to see and witness MLBB action, man. What about you? How are you feeling?
I'm super excited and pumped up as well. If you couldn't really get it from my expression, but here's one thing, all right? I'm gonna fanboy a little bit out here. I know we've been discussing a lot behind the scenes, but before that, I started casting all the way back in 2020, right? And December was the first time I ever did this thing. Guess who I grew up watching? It was you. It was the people on the Filipino desk. It was the people on the Malaysian desk as well. So
that's crazy.
You guys have had a big influence in terms of shaping me and my whole journey out here. So I'm really excited and honored to be on this desk with you, Gani. Thank you so much for that. Now, coming on to the matchup, Marco mentioned about Geonixus having that top global Khalid, right? And considering Khalid is in the mirror right now, we're in the round of 32. You win the series, you move forward, you lose it, you hop back. I think so it's about time for the team to pick up their best in slots.
And that's the thing, Scared Yet. I think by the end of the week, we all will have our top 16. But let's just jump into the map draw as we are about to start some MLBB action here of week 2, day number 1, OCC Australia. And here we go. What do you got here, Scaredy Yet?
I like expanding rivers, but let's see.
Ooh,
Oh, all right, all
there you
right,
go.
all right.
Good
That,
call.
that prediction is going really well. That's going good. I one of the big reason why I absolutely love it, and it used to be when Claude was pretty busted, right? Was that you can skip the entire boots just with the river buff movement as well. Even though your team does not really control the river, you can still make the rotation towards those neutral objectives. And now I want to see with the new meta and the patch notes hopping in, how that is going to impact the ideas and the playstyle of the teams in the map itself.
And that's the thing. I think it's quite a big patch here because it really changes the rotation specifically. Well, not specifically, but mainly the junglers, right? You don't really start on buffs now where I've seen a lot of action from the Asian game qualifiers, actually, that the junglers, Carl Teasy started things out from the Scale Lizard. Now, let's see if that adaptation comes through in this region. Expanding Rivers, you called it earlier. It will be, Zon here on the blue side. Let's see if, never mind. They switched things up. Zon will be on the red side, and I am intrigued to see what is going to be the priority here in this region, banning wise.
We've basically seen some of those comfort bans as well, some respect bans too. So it is possible we might not really see all meta out here, which we normally see in either the Indo or even the Filipino region. But there we go. We were mentioning about the Khalid Global Roma out here. That's the first respect ban coming in from the side of Brights. I love it. Nice ideas. But now I want to see some of those adaptations. And since we're on that discussion, Goni, Jushin, ban-worthy or no?
I think with Zushin, it is a hit or miss. If your team is able to just hit with the Zushin, fast rotation, it is worth to ban. It seems like they agree with you. At least they agree that the Zushin is still valuable. Hence, they will ban the Zushin out. And, the pair, let's say if the Khalid and Zushin is left open, that duo is still very, very much in the meta, and we will not get to see that, at least here on our opening game of today.
I like it. Making sure that they're sticking to what they knew was working out. Also adding in some new adjustments along the way. Clear mode banned out. That does leave room open for the picks like the Suyu, the Guinevere, Basha being the priority. I don't know about the Fredrin though, but now that's a unique one. Louis, probably the respect ban coming in. So I'm expecting the mid for Rights to eventually be the Louis connoisseur.
Yeah, I think heavy target on the mid laner here, right? Two heroes already eliminated, and the pressure is actually already being applied here towards the mid lane now. We talked about the jungler. We see the Leomord ban as well, but I think the rising in popularity of the jungler hero is Akai, right? It's very usable. I've seen it a couple of times as well in competitive play where secures the neutral objective. It grants you some sort of lock as well with the right mechanics, and definitely allow your team to just shift a gear or two to say take fights during neutral objectives. And let's see, will that apply here in our opening game? It's going to be another roamer ban. So 2 roamer bans here from Bright.
And that's also one of the big things, right? Bright out here banning the Marcel themselves, which we normally would see being prioritized as the first pick on the blue one. So that kind of brings us into the question that maybe they want to go with something that's more comfortable for them, or maybe bring out some supports, right? Maybe bring the Mathilda back in. I mean, I don't know. I've played her. She's pretty good, pretty busted with the damage, and I was trolling with her in the gold lane, but we still won the game.
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of like tank fighter junglers, that is, I guess, back in the meta. I think Mathilda definitely is is a shout, and let's see, will that come through in today's match? Harith will be the final ban here in the first phase. It's gonna be the Harley pickup though, so the priority here from Bright is securing a fast rotation jungler, and after level 4 definitely can pick a hero or two towards the enemy's opponent.
Does make sense out here, though. We did see him dropping down in terms of the popularity out there when the playoffs came in, right, for all the different regions of the MPLs. But all on the other side of the globe, we still see the priority being shown up for the Harley. But I'd want to see some of the early counters being picked up on the other side. Maybe Gion might want to lock in the Kalea just to put that threat in, but they actually go for a Kufra. Now, that's a big comfort. But at the same time, it also kind of denies some more heroes which would require the dash on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, a good point there. A lot of dashes that will be denied with the Kufra, and they double down actually with a crowd control, right? Kufra, there's a lot of kit, there's a lot of crowd control kit in his kit, and then you add in Guinevere, another hero that is capable of bringing that crowd control. So it's clear that they want to fight, and they know that their strength is to team fight here. Now, I want to see what the response is from the side of Bright, and Zitan is not a bad response, right? You want to use the Fury of the Phoenix to cancel out momentums that might be brought by the opponent, and you add in the Yuzong. It's good for the first turtle fight where with the Black Dragon form in your kit is just almost auto secure that first new. Let's see the response again. It's gonna be the Alice.
All right, pretty fast drafting going on here. Now, I want to double down on the fact about the Yuzong being picked up by the side of Bright. Understandable. One of Zetian's counter to the Celestial Ornament is the Yuzong. With the Black Dragon form, you instantly proc it up. So you locking it yourself, you kind of deny that to Gion on the other side. There's a slight bit of micro interaction between the Kufra and the Guinevere, right? With the Tyrant's Revenge, you can get that knock up directly into the Violet Requiem if used up perfectly. Now, that is a bit niche, might be difficult to bring it out. But Alice being brought into the mix will give you the diversion as well with the initiation as well as the potential of the re-engage if in case Bright decide to fight that. Now, what will they ban out? I am expecting something that can carry in the mid to late game, man. Maybe something like the carry.
I like that idea. I think it is still doable. Against the Yuzong, it's very hard, but it's still doable, right? And let's see here. Still, are they going to commit to another roam ban here from the side of the red side here? They ban out the Kaja. They do not want to deal with the suppression, right? And the combination of the Kaja with the Harley can definitely be lethal. It's going to be tricky, but the Kagura ban is very, very well. You talked about the carry. It seems like they are the ones that will ban out the carry, so they do not want to go up against the carry because of the Alice and the Kufra, the tanky members. Very fast specs here going on.
Moscow being banned out as well now. Kagura is a bit of a niche ban as well, though. I think so. It's again the respect coming in on the side of Gion, and also Kagura can literally burst down the Zetian with that range. But I still feel that there are quite other picks that might be really good. One of them being the Lilia, but we will eventually see the Kadita being picked up. Now, that one-shot potential is going to be a threat to both the Zetian as well as the Harley. Plus, they're tripling down on or quadrupling down on the dive, if you think about it. All four of them arriving in the back line. I don't know if they want to pick up the Claude right now with the nerves, though, but it does look they're looking in that direction.
I mean, they're really, really banking on the crowd control as well, right? It's again, maybe let's say if Kufra misses the jump, Kadira can come into play. Guinevere can, jump in, but again, it's really looking like it's quite one-dimensional here. If Bright can play their cards right and playing it patiently, they definitely can perhaps sway around out of team fights. But there you go. The Grok, the Claude comes in from their side. It says that they have also AOE. They also have points to recover and retaliate, right? With the wall charge and blazing duet, definitely can cause issues to the opponent.
I really want a mobile goal laner out there from Gion's side. You do not want someone that stands still, especially when you've got a Harley, Yuzong, you've got a Claude, and a Grok. What are the major options out here? I don't really see a lot of them though. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't like the Clint here. The Bruno is a bit risky with the Berserker's buff, maybe.
Let's go.
Oh,
But
there you go.
it's Irithel.
I mean, you call it mobility, right? Yeah, definitely has mobility. Definitely can keep her distance in, out, and out of fights. So let's see. It's going to be a very, very unique case in.
Seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Most awkward lanes in the EXP where we know that, yeah, they can just poke each other out. Nothing's going to happen. But out here in the mid is where my whole attention would be. That's where the action could brew up. It should be fine though, but Quas was charging up the revenge. Nothing apart from just a bit of poking, but the ornament has been procced up. Oh, hold on. Up top, that is a pick. Koi with the deadly magic catches on easy.
Yeah, we expected this already from the draft. That's a Violet Requiem actually finding an answer as well. So it's a 1-for-1 here at this moment. The roamer though for the EXP.
I think so. It's still tilt a little bit on towards the side of Xion. They're getting ready for the next one though, but an early Black Dragon form being used up for the zone.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. Xion can just wait it up. Hold on a second. Satsuki catches one down. The will be taken down at the stray. No Thalassophobia there to save his life out here. So it will be the Black Dragon shutting down the Mermaid.
Both mid laners are out, and it seems like Xeon, they take initiative here on the turtle. And Zaveron looking for an opening. Great block with the bouncing ball here. That's going to be a jump. Violet Requiem as well, connecting as he finds the turtle while taking Zaveron down.
Easy finally answering back as well. And again, these micro interactions with the Kufra into the Guinevere is something that can strengthen the Violet Requiem even more. That bouncing ball directly into the Violet Requiem, yeah, Zaveron couldn't do a thing. And it also kind of seemed a little bit disconnect between him and the rest of the members, where he wanted to be there as a threat, but at the same time, the rest of the members were like, yeah, we don't really want to contest for the first turtle.
Yeah, it seems like kill here. It's still on Xeon. Gold slightly ahead as well. Almost 1,000 actually here. That's not a bad start here from the side of Xeon, and it's another reset, right? Seems like especially from the side of Bright, they gotta pick their battles going up against the composition. Yeah, Satsuki, great positioning there, but caught out.
Yeah, scouted out there as well. Good awareness from Moz onto the map. because I thought Satsuki could eventually get that pick though, but I'm pretty sure he got spotted out. Rizzy wanted to go in for a catch with the special migration, but it's fine. It's just a grok, right? He's totally fine being knocked up. He is super tanky.
He is. He is. Right now, it is again just Xeon looking for a fight here, potential pickup. Irithel already rotates towards the mid lane, so two-wave farm here. They want to funnel the gold towards Irithel. That's a jump. That's going to be wall charge committed on towards the roamer here. Quaz not able to survive despite him using the flicker. Another kill on the board for Bright.
Now, here's the thing with the Kufra, right? As much as he's a great initiator of the fights, a denier of the dashes, but at the same time, he's not really as tanky as you'd normally expect him to be. So that's kind of where we can see the strength of Harley being popping up as well, that you can, if three people together, target Quaz, finish him off, and then focus on what next thing you want to do. And in the midst of it all, Alka eventually picked up the Malefic Gun as the first item, though, on the Irithel. Now, that's something we don't normally see, but up top,
jump. Great spacing though. Zaveron is able to space out of threat. That's going to be the second turtle now. The priority for both teams. Right? Will they respond, or will they concede again, just like they did in the first turtle?
do want to respond out here. We can see both. Now the Black Dragon form used up. Good timing out there. The backline need to show up as well. Quaz is zoning them out perfectly. But there we go. Thornfruit on the face. Stolen away by Koi. Catches on Rizzy. Out there in the midst of it all is where Easy is. Need to run away. Had the ace run to save his life. But there we go. The knock up into the rough phase. Veron will not survive there. No enhancement whatsoever. But Irithel hopping in onto that Ducati cannot really do anything. It's Shark J picking up the kill. A massive win for Bright and Easy. Can you try and outplay? Wins his last second, but Koi still shuts him down.
5 kills on the board for the Harley here. Koi popped off here for the second turtle. Stole the turtle and just farmed the kills, right? It's an unofficial triple kill from Koi earlier, and you can see the structures starting to fall here from Xeon. And yeah, with the Genius one, it's already enough to wreak havoc, cause problems. Oh, Shark, bottom lane is able to get out there with the Blazing Duet forced to be used, but it's still just Xeon not able to find compensation after that second turtle fight.
I think so. They'd have to wait a little bit longer now, considering Alcancha went in with the Malefic Gun. Now he has the range to try and kite around with, but not the damage that you'd want to implicate on the other side. So that's something where we'd eventually see maybe Shark catch up with a 101. Early Divine Glaive being picked up by Koi as well. So the tanky front line might not be looking that tanky at all.
Not just yet, right? Definitely needs the items, definitely needs the timing as well. Open the mid lane for members already. That's a jump on towards 2 members. Fury of the Phoenix as well as used. Here comes the combination that we were talking about from Xeon, and one by one they will fall. Shark J though, that's a solo in the bottom lane.
That's a big one out there though. Normally you would not really see Claude win up so early on, but on the other side, a trade in the form of tower structures there. Equalized by Shark J instantly by taking one in the bottom lane too. So it's a big win for Claude. And even though the combo was phenomenal by Xion, we did see that they kind of lacked that damage as well, right? They got 1 kill out of that. But with the combo they went in, we were kind of expecting at least 2.
Yeah, at least after that, they got the turtle. So at least they are able to somehow equalize here on the map structurally. Still just 1 tower behind though, so definitely needs some catching up to do, but it seems like there are a lot of bodies here committed in the mid lane. Ezzy not able to connect that Throne of Ruin. Here comes the jump though.
Big one out there on the face as well. Throne of Ruin trying to catch 3 in the back line. And that's a big one. Shark J destroyed in the second as Satsuki picks up a double of his own. Fury of the Phoenix a bit too late, but just enough to land the damage all on Kansha. Irithel not really doing that good though, but still a heavy favoring trade for Xion.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1. Right at the end of the day, Xion is able to at least find the big fight win. That is definitely their strength in their composition. Oh, Koi.
Yeah.
Oh, take a look at the damage that he's able to bring to the table. That's a solo kill in the bottom lane of the map.
You mentioned about the Harley Genius one, right? That's where the burst hops in. Without the Radiant Armor, you're super squishy, and they now want to double it up. The rough phase being forced out by Satsuki, so it'll be fine. Should be A-okay. Alkansha, ready, goes in with a bit of physical damage. Oh, but the jump is even better. Black Dragon form used up as well to try and chase all of them down. In the midst of it all, they actually got one kill, and Alkansha traded instantly. And Easy will not press the issue.
Oh my god, another 1-for-1. But the gold laner from Xion yet will have to fall again. So it's again 4 deaths to his name. Definitely not an ideal game just yet here for Alkansha. Let's see the recovery later on. Definitely has time, but Bright, definitely some been connecting on the right targets, right? I think their targeting here has been a little bit sharper, and you can see from the items here. Alkansha, 5,000 gold on its way towards 6, but you can see Claude almost 7. So that's almost 1,000 gold in difference just from the gold laners.
Also went in for the steel leg plates in the early on, right? Now that kind of makes sense as to how he got that 1v1 kill though, but this could be big. Petrify, knock up everything thrown at the Zetian except for the kitchen sink out here, and Satsuki will be able to run away out of the harm's way too. Easy hops in, and the Lord Pit instantly being controlled by Xion.
Yeah, it's a 5v4, definitely in favor of Xion. Will they commit? Black Dragon form committed.
Yep, wants to go in, trying to catch the rest of the members. It's Zabaron out alone, left in the wild though. And guess what? The Dragon Hunters were ready. While a Trekpim was fully committed too. Now Koi has stolen a turtle previously. They can definitely try and do that again right now, but position scouted out. There we go. Amazing all by the Zetian, catching them down too. Into the blazing duet though. Just enough damage to take out the Gwen. Satsuki out in the middle of it all will be A-okay, will be running back. But a massive steal from Bright.
You called it earlier about the turtle, and he does it again here. That's a big swing, and perhaps Bright with the momentum now shifting. Oh, it's going to be an attempt in the mid lane. Alkansha, that's a big wall charge, but that's going to be the Kadira finding one. Koi is able to find a kill, but in the mid lane, Ezzy not able to survive that onslaught.
Yeah, a bit tough out there. Even though Quaz committed onto the Tyrant's Rage, was just not enough to save his life out there. And, my man, the combination of the Fury of the Phoenix into the hat-trick and retry steal was so amazing to witness from Bright. And this is the strength of their composition. We've been seeing that combo from Xion, but now finally Bright were able to answer back as well. And the map has instantly turned blue.
Yeah, you can see already, right? Even with the lore just neglected, Bright is able to apply pressure elsewhere again with the damage that the Harley's able to bring. Great cancel though from the Kadira. That's an underrated, deny of kill, but the structure in the top lane will not be defended now. Quaz, I don't like this positioning. Quaz not able to get out, a little too overzealous there, and that's a free kill again for Bright.
And that means the mid tier 2 will also fall now. No presence of the Kufra there. The free out onslaught for the side of Bright. No one to cancel out those dashes. Rizzy eventually was getting caught in that deadly magic though, but had a good amount of defense to work up with it. A 6,000 gold lead as they continue the siege. Will be defending.
Yeah, at least all of their base turrets are still standing here from the side of Xion, but you can see the gold already starting to build up. The gap is definitely starting, to grow on the side of Bright here. 12 minutes in, folks. And I gotta say, Xion definitely has opportunities to equalize, even to turn the game around, but they need a perfect fight here. They have the tools to do so with the amount of the crowd control that they have, but perhaps Satsuki might find here. Ooh.
320 freaking gold being gained out there with that catch. And it's for the first time we've tried to see him being so sneaky, right? Previously, he was scouted out by Moss. This time, yeah, there was no way Koi eventually knew that. But Grog in the mid.
Yeah, still able to able to hold the damage from Alcantia here. But again, right, with the Kirita, you got to be aware of the bushes, I guess, especially if, Satsuki's not shown on the map. So let's see here the adaptation from right now. It's going to be another Lord here to contest. Let's see who will take it. Last time round, folks, it was Koi with the seal. Satsuki being
No,
cheeky again.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. All right, Koi. Koi is fine. He goes on to the different direction in the map entirely.
Definitely good awareness this time around, but perhaps here both teams are delaying the Lord take. They want to know the information, especially the Kadita. Oh my god!
Not the best positioning from Alcanza there. Instantly deleted out there, and I'm 100% sure one of them would have got that insta-kill. There we go, Fury of the Phoenix. You get all what you needed out. A catch onto the Violet Requiem, but guess what? The Blazing Duet is there for the answer. The Winter Crown could not really save the life of Gwen out there. Quads as he tries to run away. Petri used by Satsuki will have to go back as he catches nothing. While Shark there stealing away 2 of the lives of Shion.
Yeah, that's the Lord. That's the fight. Perhaps this might be the game-ending Lord. Xeon, can they defend? I don't think they can with the amount of spells that is currently unavailable. Bright definitely can force and penetrate through the base. Let's see.
Alcanza needs to play safe, man. That's a massive shutdown on Satsuki. You could not really expect the Kadita to show up every single time out there when there's 4 people up in front over the flicker wild charge. Big one on Alcanza. The Black Dragon form used up to zone the rest of the people out. No Irithel to save your base right now, but they still have time. The Lord is marching from top, but how are they going to clear out this wave out? Thorn of Point for the zone. View to the Phoenix to catch in on 2. Petrified, knock up, not connecting, but Pause has nowhere to run. A good Violet Requiem with a spatial migration to them, but not enough damage as it's Bright to take game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a wild ride it has been in game 1, but it is Bright that will close out the game here in our opening game of week 2, day number 1. And you can see that Bright was just sharper, was just on point here in this game, that even though that the first turtle went towards the side of Xeon, after that, it was just them not able to follow up. And it was actually Bright that is able to close the game out. And what a wonderful execution, I got to say, from Bright.
I'd have to say their coordination was on point, right? Apart, as you rightfully mentioned, from that first turtle, which Xion were able to get. We did see Zaveron out in the wild, but after that, the second turtle, super clean.
Yeah.
The third one was stolen from under their noses, but it's totally fine. The Lord Steal, well-coordinated Fury of the Phoenix into the Retry Steal. And then they just had the full control of the game. We did see some moments from Xion, especially from Satsuki on that Kadita, landing in some good rough waves. You had good Thorn of Ruins into the Tyrant's Revenge Rage combination. But I think so the Irithel needs to step up a bit, right? The position was really off.
Yeah, definitely the last pick from the side of Xeon did not deliver, execution-wise, did not have an impactful game, I gotta say, where, even from the farming phase, he was looking like he was struggling to farm, getting caught, getting solo killed by the Claude, and the positioning, especially that last Lord fight there, the attempt on the 5v5, he was alone in the front in the bush with no cover, with no reliable damage as well, and was easily picked off, was easily bursted down. And after that, it was, the Lord and then the overwhelming damage profile that was able to be brought by the side of Bright, and which costed the game. So again, what a recovery, right? Again, Koi, what a guy. Stole the turtle, got 5 kills. He was 508-1, and you mentioned it. The position was 5v3, I believe, in that first Lord fight, where Koi was able to sneak in an angle and then just take the Lord, and then it was just the map was definitely blue at that point.
no one really took care of the Lord as well very easily, right? And we've been
Yeah.
discussing about every kind of combination from Gion. They had a good wombo combo and everything. But I felt that whenever you have a Kufra in your team, you need someone else to peel for you. Because a Kufra cannot hop in the bush initially, because then you kind of lose that surprise factor of the Tyrant's Revenge instantly. You need someone
Yep.
else to be there, someone to initiate the fight, and that's when you can hop in with that big surprise jump, which bamboozles everyone. That wasn't really happening here quite a lot. So that is one thing which eventually happened. On the other side of the spectrum, I think, so Goni, we're getting ready for the second map as well, right?
Yeah, I think we are going to jump straight ahead here. So a quick break for the players here between game 1 and 2. And let's see here, with that quick break, will Xion be able to recover mentally for the second game to equalize here in the series? Scared.
That's one of the main thing. But out here, one of the big things which I want to focus down is also how well they can keep the calm under the high pressure situation. Because let's be honest, yeah, there were a few things going back and forth. You had a good combo of the team, but sometimes the positionings and the comms were looking a little bit off. So we'll find that out if that happens or not. And we'll be heading on to a very short break out here. On the other side of the break, people, game number 2 getting ready up and fired up. In the meantime, type down which map do you think will be showing up. We'll catch you guys after the short one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. 3 perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
All right, we've got the result in for game one, and it goes to Bright. What an incredible showcase of skill to open the series. I mean, from the draft, Xeon came in with like a clear plan, locking in Claude as the late game with condition, supported by like the YZ on the side lane, Zaytan on Harley for that sort of explosive mid-game tempo, and Grok providing strong frontline and vision control. I mean, BRT responded with like a heavy team fight composition. Wait, am I? Yeah, and Kadira, Alice, Kufra, Guinevere, and Irithel. I mean, it was kind of built around strong engaged chains and combo potential, but the idea was there. I mean, force fights and overwhelmed before Claude could fully come online, but in execution, I mean, Z and Nexus were, oh, I would say BRT were just cleaner. Their rotations were sharper. I mean, their positioning was more disciplined, and they consistently denied Xeon the clean engages they needed. I mean, once Claude scaled, the fights became more increasingly one-sided, with Xeon controlling space, with BRT controlling space and closing out fights with confidence. I mean, it was a strong controlled game one victory for BRT. They take the early lead in this series. And with that, we're moving to our next matchup, which is game two, BRT versus Xeon. Back to our shoutcaster, Gunny and Scared.
Man, I was super excited how that first game went down, right? Because Goni, we both knew that it's going to be explosive. We both knew that they'll go in for a full-fledged head-to-head team fight. And it kind of delivered. And I'm expecting the same from game two.
I cannot agree with you more, right? The tempo definitely is already set here from the side of Bright. I want to see the follow-up now, right? At least based on game one, they were the sharper team. Now, I don't want to see them fumble, because, Xeon, they definitely took their time here with the break. I'm sure they're going to recover, and I'm expecting them to bring something new and different here on our second game to at least prolong the series, right? It's, again, a best of three, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it. So they have a chance to make it a reverse sweep. But if Bright was able to replicate what they did game one, it might just be a 2-0. So again, it all starts from the draft. Let's see what changes will be made.
I really hope there's one on the map itself, because it was expanding rivers previously. We did see the gold laners rotate out there for the turtle, right? But it was around the second turtle itself. Maybe this time the dangerous grass to bring some more action. Maybe bringing in the Kaleas, sometimes even the Hildas. Well, we'll see if that happens too. What's your prediction on that?
Maybe the Kalea can definitely make a surface. Maybe will be picked, but let's see here. Random map drop this time. It will be Flying Cloud. So I think a lot of quick rotations, especially an early kill is gonna happen, or you know early kill could happen, and we might see them just rotate back and fire back. Oh, we get a redraw here. It's gonna be another expanding rivers game here, actually. So not a flying cloud. So maybe that the draw did not happen earlier. So another expanding river game.
I mean, I'm happy either ways, right? I like two of the maps. One's the dangerous draw.
Same,
Second is expanding
same.
rivers. Yeah, I mean, flying clouds and brokers, not too much. I just I just get ganked a lot, man, on broken walls. I hate it.
That's true. That's true. Broken Walls is definitely much more of a, if we're talking about perspective, it's much more tamer map, right?
Yeah.
Sure, definitely has quick rotations, but nothing too crazy. Here comes the drafts, though. They will switch sides here, scared. And now, will Xeon drastically change their approach?
That's one of the main things. I think so. They'd still stick with the same idea of putting Quartz on a playmaking hero, right? There's a reason why he stopped Global Khalid. You can make plays with that. You can have that early aggression. Same goes with the Kufra. Maybe not entirely on that early aggression side, but the playmaking capabilities. So I think so. Maybe they're going to put him up on the similar thing. But yeah, you got to take some of those red tree stealers away from Bright. With those two steals, you really know that Koi is looking super solid, super locked in. So the Harley, instant ban.
Yeah, it seems like the Harley was a little bit too hard to handle based on the first game. Stole a couple of important neutral objectives, getting important kills as well. They denied here in the second game. Now, what will they prioritize, right? They have that first pick. And remember, right earlier on, they first picked the Harley, and the impact was definitely evident. So I'm expecting that sort of approach, or that sort of gameplay that will be brought by Xeon. It's going to be the Zetian band. So interesting. Two heroes that were deployed by Bright, eliminated.
Early respect being shown. That's all I'm gonna say right now. You had that combination going on, so you instantly take that away. It did not work out for you. Yeah, we don't want to deal with it again. Jushin along with the Khalid, so a respect with the meta. I think so that we could potentially see the Marcel being banned out from Bright, but Xion is where my whole focus is. Now there are multiple regions who change their third ban. The European region goes for Valentina as the third ban. Sometimes there are certain regions where they want to ban out the Phobius, though. But since the nerf, I think so it's hit him quite bad, hasn't it?
Yeah, the Phobius definitely hit or miss. Oh, the Claude. This is interesting, right? Again, just a hero. That's three heroes that were used in game one. They quickly ban it out.
Marcel. Should be a Marcel for Bright to ban. Otherwise, it's going to be picked up instantly on the other side. Was Claude Birth banning out? That's the thing, right?
Yeah. That's the question. It seems like it's going to be the Marcel. So you mentioned the Claude. Was it too expensive? We will find an answer later on. Now, Xeon on the clock here. The first pick, the drafts. What will they prioritize? Now, I don't want to see the Irithel being brought up again here. Definitely did not deliver, at least based on game one. But yeah, again, it seems like it'll be Leon Mort. So the hero that was banned by Bright on the first game, now prioritized by Xeon.
Yeah, I like it. Good opening right now. Considering the Phobius has had a humongous nerf, we might not really see that from the side of Bright. But another hero that was banned out previously was also a Harith. And in terms of the goal laners, we know he gets that priority as well, right? So Bright might want to look towards that direction.
Definitely can be prioritized here. I'm scared at the Harith. Especially it was banned by Xeon, right? It's gonna be the Paquito, really popular now in the EXP lane. Definitely
Yeah.
can provide. Now you talked about the Kalea just before the draft, and it seems like it will come up here forward side of right. So again, an instant lock here, already secured by the side of Bright. What's the response from Xeon? It forces you to pick up heroes that definitely can deliver or definitely can use the spell of Purify, right?
True, and also something that can kind of pseudo counter the Kalea into that roam position as well, right? We normally used to see the Gato being brought out, the Gato against a Kalea, Kalea against a Gato. So that could be a direction. And if we're looking at that, something that can run with the Purify with the gap, maybe the Eve for that kill box. Oh, you're on a Hilda.
This is actually very interesting, right? I think they want to counter the again just the composition from Bright. What they're saying is we will fight it with mobility. It's safe to say that the Uranus definitely can be a mobile unit, and of course Hilda. We don't need to explain it. And Leomord with a on steep form, this hero definitely has some sort of a speed plus power. So yeah, I think Xeon they could care less about the Kalea pick. All they have in mind is we will be mobile, we will have more scouts and Bright. What a pickup, right? A hero that counters both of the picks from Xeon, and that is the carry.
And she's one of those few heroes that were left untouched in that gold lane too. I absolutely love it. Pairs well with the Kalea too. You have that pick-off
Yeah.
potential. You Tsunami Slam one up, you instantly delete them halfway after the Trinity is completed. On the other side, since Marcel was left open, they ban it out. Now I don't see it to be all right, never mind. It was the first phase ban. I'm tripping out here. It's the Kadita. They don't want Satsuki to pick up. Respect.
Definitely, yeah, cause issues for them in game one. They over at least they were able to still squeak a win, but it seems like in the second game it's going to be a different story. They respect the potential. The bush control is definitely crazy with the Kadita on your team, and they will deny that, right? Especially paired with the Hilda, no bushes are safe if those two are on the same team, right? It's going to be the Moskov alongside the Suyo that will be banned. So Xeon, they're more focused on limiting the jungler picks here. Again, very reasonable approach.
I want them to ban out the Fredrin right now. I mean, if you've taken away the Suyu, pretty solid. You ban out the Fredrin so that there's no front lining potential coming in, considering Paquito is going to go to that pseudo damage, right? Yes, he's got that 30% damage reduction, but at the same time, he can one-shot your backline and will not really be that tanky if in case it survives. But they go for the Lunox route. I remember initially with the Kalea, there was a time when teams went in for the Lunox Kalea comp as well. So Shion probably read that.
Yeah, that's a very very good read. Then it's gonna be the Baksha. So you want the Fredrin. At least you get some sort of a similar approach here, right? Though the Baksha has again the mobility. So what they're saying is, we would like to match the mobility of your composition with the Uranus, the Hilda, and the Leomord. We have it on ourselves. The Baksha, and again with the Poissons, it's just so tanky. After items built up, it's going to be tough taking this Baksha down, especially the carry is unavailable to be picked up by Xeon.
Yes. Now the question is, do you go Trinity? Do you go Crit? They'd go for a Brody in this one.
That's crazy.
And they add in the Eve into the mid lane. I don't know how well protected Eve will be in this situation, though. Just saying. You got two of the roamers who are going to go up in the back line of the enemy and do their own thing. So there's a clear line of sight for Paquito on the Satsuki.
Definitely, it's going to be a tough game here, a tricky game for Satsuki. Positioning wise, has again a Baksha that can crash onto you. Oh, a Gord pickup here. Again, a hero that is currently on the rise of popularity as well in the mid lane. Combine it with the Kalea, right? You can see you can imagine the combination of skills definitely can harmonize with this sort of composition by Bright. Great pickup.
Kid though, but right before we hop in the land of Dawn, my man Goni, who are you picking up for the wins for this one?
You know, I really like the Gord pick. I gotta go with a 2-0 here after seeing the drafts. But Zion, please prove me wrong. What about you, Scared?
I really want the Brody to carry, but it's the only thing that the God will just outrange the Brody entirely, even with the Malefic gun. So I think so. I'm kind of seeing the idea of right Tenebris, Kalea for the initiation, Basha for the sandbagging onto their faces. It's going to be a tough one for Gion. But if there is a possibility, you go in for the early penetration, you go in for the early endless battle. That's a way for them to do it. And if somehow they catch carry in the midst of it all, you know the Hilda and the Uranus will be two pretty big, tanky, beefy heroes for the carry to take down alone. It is going to be tough, but I'm expecting Gion to try and pull out that 1-1 though. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to see if that happens or not right now as we get ready to step into the land of Dawn one more time. It is the first match going into the game number 2 between Gion Nexus taking on Bright Tenebris. Week number 2, day number 4 out here. We are ready to hop into the action.
Let's go. Let's jump into the land of Dawn and let's see, will it be an equalizer or will it be a clean sweep like you mentioned earlier as well, Scared? And I'm excited to see the head-to-head between Brody and Carrie. Marco share his 2 cents here. Carrie will melt. Now let's see, will that happen? And you know, in lane, Brody is still such a strong hero, right? And we will get to see that perhaps here in this game. Again, the 2v2 in the mid lane is going to happen. Quaz again. Whoa. On the Hilda here, has to back off early. So, perhaps he might have to force a spell there, and he did. So, that's an early flicker spent by Quaz.
And now on the back of it, you can instantly look at the aggressiveness coming in from the other side. Basha, oh, hold on. Heck no. Drizzy could not do a thing, could not budge. The slow, the stun, the knock-up. And they simply steal away the bear and now going towards the beetle. They're like, we ain't letting this Leo mod get level 4. Doesn't matter. Guess what? Alkansha being picked up on the other side down board. No. I don't know about carry melting, but this Kalea is being pretty annoying. Wants to get the 3rd one as well though, but maybe punished a little bit too much diving into the deep. But they've denied the level 4. Oh, hold on.
That's a stun. Now level 3, now level 4. Koi, a little too much. You know, again, just overextending there. Punished quickly, but again, it's just, I guess, right, just flexing their muscles early, right? Just invading. They still have the early now. They gotta keep it controlled. First turtle is up, and let's see the fight again.
Yeah, Zavaron eventually wanted to get some pie into that from that action, but not really getting that. And as much as they wanted to deny that level 4 to the Leo mod, stealing away those camps actually did the thing. He's still level 3 right now, finally turning to the 4 after getting the small camp of the purple. But there we go. We've got the Kalea ready up on the other side. No more knock-up, but the enhanced basic still there. Oh, carry hopping in. Speedy light fields will flicker out of the Han's way as Rizzy hopped in onto the seed as well. Consecration used up at the car. Meha is onto the face. Moz missing most of it as Shark falls down, but not before taking the Leo with him. Down back into the Nether Realm before the Vixana can bring him back in.
That's a crazy fight there. Shark already rotating towards the turtle and opening things up there. And you can see Drizzy is actually targeting the carry, right? But in the mid lane, we can get to see action. Tsunami Slam put. That's a flicker from Quaz. We get to see a free farm from Alkansha though. That's a crash on towards Koi. Speaking of Alkansha, now he is actually pressured. Quaz is able to help, but here comes the Kalea with the flicker coming into play and the concussive blast. It will just be a kill for Bright.
I feel you, Alkansha. I absolutely feel you. I know they're both roamers. They're not supposed to kill you. But that's the kind of meta we're in right now. You will die. I had a good opportunity of farming up right now, but hold on a second. Another burst on the Quaz instantly. And this is the strength of Moz on the god. You mentioned about him being picked up quite a lot. And we are seeing the uses of it right now. Shark missing out the spinning light field. Now that could be trouble. Shark could be picked up. Knock up missing out entirely as Alkansha finally picks up the kill. But there we go. Tsunami Slam onto Drizzy.
Wow.
Barbiel has left your side, but not Alkansha. Getting the corrosive strike in to save the life of Leo.
That's a lot of damage though, given by Kalea, but it's not enough. But that was a very quick and sharp pick off by Drizzy on toward Shark J. So has 2 deaths to his name. Definitely not an ideal first 5 minutes towards Shark. Let's see if Alkansha can recover. Technically, stat-wise, the same, right? Between the 2 gold laners here, 1-2-1. And in the mid lane, that's the combination that we talk about. Uh-oh.
Wow, what a try and catch on the second one as well. This is what I mentioned. Satsuki has no one to protect him. Drizzy called Varviel, but the seed is a bit too late right now, and Koi is way too beefy. You talk about beefy, you see Celestra hopping in as well, but yeah, no one's going to be budging it from him. They don't care about the Uranus.
They will neglect the Uranus indeed, as the second neutral objective is on the board. Definitely, it's going to be the main priority for both teams, or for both junglers here, but we got to keep an eye on the level gap here between Koi and Drizzy. 2 levels is currently the gap, and let's see the retribution now from Koi.
We've known him to steal the previous times. This time wants to hop in as well. Instantly on Drizzy, but Drizzy eventually gets that one. Good seed call as well, though, but a good amount of shield will save Zabaron out. Not Moz, though. Real world manipulation onto the face as well. A 1v2 happening, but guess what? I don't think so they've got enough to help him out. Koi will run back to safety, but it's not his base. It's the enemy's base. Still got the Shield of Unity to try and run away. Will be taken down. Alkansha picks up the kill, but Celeste on the other side will punish the Kalea. A big win for Gion.
A big one, right? And Alkansha got the shutdown point. So again, they lose out on the turtle despite, you know, Drizzy is level 7 earlier. Still is. So 2 level gap, won the retribution. The only compensation from the side of Bright earlier was a structure bot lane that was taken down. It seems like Alkansha is on it, looking to equalize here, taking the bot turret down, no problem. They got the top turret too. So all in all, it's just a big advantage built up here by Xeon after the second turtle.
And they want to try and play around with it right now, but the Tsunami Slam should deny that right into the Mystic Gush, but just not enough damage right now showing up. Those Radiant Armors, I'm pretty sure probably picked up. I want to have a look at those items, because this is the moment where they start to have the impact and change the direction of the game.
Yeah, we are about to head towards the mid game here. Definitely the items will definitely be a big factor. And you can see already the rotations 5v5 in the mid lane, technically.
Celeste instantly popping in the Consecration to try and get that mobility, run out of the harm's way.
Oh,
Stella's got the Purify up right now, but hold on a second. On the other side, a big catch onto Koi in the RWM as well. Mr. Gush really cancelled out early on, because the positioning was just not good right now. They saw carry down bot. They were like, we are fighting this.
wow, what an execution here. At least so far from the side of Xeon, is able to find the angles, finds the last turtle of the game, and it seems like they want to apply more pressure towards the top side of the map. And for the side of Bright, it is actually them struggling to find connections, struggling to find the combinations that they wanted, right? With the Mystic Gush to play around with. Oh, in the mid lane again. Right now, what Xeon needs to do if they want to force a game 3 is just coordinate much better, I guess, right? Now, Alkansha needs to again join in fights, because definitely has the items to do so. The profile damage for this Brody is definitely there.
And he adds on to the Sky Piercer as well. That's an interesting choice, in my opinion. Normally, you'd want the Malefic Gun for the early penetration as well as the range, especially the range. But that's all right. Want to try and funnel everything into Alkansha onto that Brody right now. Talk to me about the rest of the items, Goni.
Yeah, I mean, the carry has 2 items, so again, definitely can provide damage, but isn't on the Trinity level just yet. And you talked about that Sky Piercer. It's much more of a preference. So what it's in the mid lane, that's the good with the Purify popped.
Yep, Moz wants to try and survive though, but there's already a Uranus on top of you. You cannot purify his damage out there. There we go. Tsunami Slam into the back tier 2. But look at the positioning of Satsuki and the RWM catching them at the edge. Alkansha eventually picked off right because Koi eventually found him lurking alone in the wild. Another knocker, but the Tidal Strike is just not enough. Shion,
And boy,
another
wow.
win.
A big one. And they got the mid turret as well. Equals to just less space for Bright to play around with, right? And this is bad news for Bright. I doubted the Brody pick, but it seems like they proved me wrong here with Alkansha, despite him getting picked off early, twice? But seems like now he's able to deliver the impacts. Cluster, big shout out as well on the Uranus here, is able just to provide information, soak up damage, and just close off angles. And it seems like it's going to be a free one here for the side of Xeon. No angles for the side of Bright to contest. And you can see the gold already starting to build for Xeon. It is still doable. It's just one fight, 2K. But with the amount of, I guess, range. Tsunami Slam though.
They want to try and catch one down. Quas still flickers out. Look at the resource baited out, Goni. Speedy Light Wheels, Mystic Gush, Tsunami Slam.
Big resources definitely spent there for practically nothing, just a flicker from Quaz. And now at least the Lord is taken care of. They're able to breathe. They will lose out on the structures top and bot though.
Yeah, no tier 2s being left on the side lanes. And you mentioned about a bit of hesitation from Bright's side in terms of going in for those engages, right? Apart from that Tsunami Slam engage, I think so one of the big reason is because Shark did not hit the Trinity level previously. So they could not go in for any kind of contest onto the Lord or any more neutral objectives there. And Shark has got major chunk of damage if not for the Mystic Gush, which we are seeing is being baited out quite early in those fights.
Definitely a problem from side of Bright. Their damage profile is looking quite predictable. And yeah, you mentioned the Mystic Gush just used quite freely here from the side of Moss. Still is. And on towards the Helda, who is built for, taking damage. And that's why Xeon is just a different beast here in the second game. Very, very disciplined. Very much of a unit. And I like the decision making in game here so far from the side of Xeon, right? Is able to just call on the right moments, commit the fight and when to back off. And perhaps it's going to be another reset here. So another slow minutes or so till the next newt is up. But Bright here again, still not able to find a solution here, at least an instant one. Now we get to see another item check. Trinity is there here. So for Shark J, but you can see already Malefic Gun. You mentioned Malefic Gun for Brody. It is already inside his kit. Now with the Magic Blade, you got to keep in mind that the Magic Blade itself, now with the Rose Gold already in hand, that's going to be an extra layer of survivability that Alkansha can definitely play around with, right?
Yes.
And it's just a matter of positioning. If Alkansha can position himself well, we should see a game 3.
True. Oh, a pickup again onto Quaz, but here's the thing, Quaz doesn't really care about any of that. There we go, Steed as well onto the faces too. Zabaron destroyed in a second, and it's the items which you just now mentioned onto the Brody. Alkansha delivering that damage as well. Torn apart memory right now, not yet available, but the RWM instantly catching them at the edge. Barely breathing, 3 people running into the fountain, only to witness their inhibitor in the mid being taken down as they want to try and push the issue even further. But the discipline from Xion, it kicks in. Feels weird to say this, but yeah, the Brody is working out pretty well. And also,
Yeah, the
yeah.
I mean, the Brody definitely is so impactful, right? Now on 3 kills, so I believe that's just 10 stacks to his name. But again, we talked about the positioning so far after the 2 kills or the 2 deaths that happened towards Alcancha. He has been so efficient, I gotta say. And with the Lord marching already in the mid lane, this
Yeah.
might be the Lord that send us to game 3. The damage profile from the side of Bright is definitely there, but I don't see the coordination being executed properly here from the side of Bright. Very different from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and I believe it's probably because Zabron is now on a Paquito, where you kind of need to go for the flanks rather than getting head on onto the face right now. But there we go, Tsunami Slam in the mid of the animation. Alcantara picks up the kill. RWM onto the faces as well. Yes, everyone's pretty low, but the Lord has been taken care of. You've got the Uranus up onto the faces. Will heal back up thanks to the passive stacks. But a flicker jump forward onto the face. Look
Whoa.
at the HP. Everyone's barely breathing though, and the only one to stop is Zabaron. Is the Wishing Lantern passive to catch him down as Koi will fall as well. Kushan's not going to save his life
base.
from the burst of Brody. Base brought down to half HP, rightfully mentioned, as everyone's going to be bursting it down. Alcancha gets another, a wipe out for the side of Shion as they force game number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a recovery that we saw here from the side of Xeon. And you can see finally the team showing up here. Game 1, they were inefficient, I gotta say. The coordination wasn't right. The calls not there, not hitting. But in the second game, boy, whoa, very, very different and well deserved as well, right? Again, the Brody pick. I personally doubted the pick, and I'm glad that Alcancha is able to prove me wrong, and of course the rest of the teams, right? Again, the Leomord, the one hero that was prioritized, first picked, delivered. Unfortunately, man, Paquito wasn't right. I think again, you mentioned it, right? The Paquito did not have an impactful game this game. Unfortunately, Bright, they got to see a game 3.
I think so. One of the main thing which Bright needed to do in that case was to let the Paquito flank with the Basha. We were seeing Koi getting those angles, right? He 1v1 killed Alcancha, went in onto Sutsuki multiple times onto that Basha, even though the RWM was dropped out. I think so that kind of same ideology should have been used up for the Paquito as well, to double down onto the threat on the backline. Because we saw what Quaz was doing. Hopping
Yep.
onto the face, fine. He's eating the tsunami slams, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm cool with it. I don't really care about it. Because what are you going to do? Try and burst me down? I've got a flicker.
That's the thing. And unfortunately, the tsunami slam was just heavily targeted towards the Hilda, right? So, like you mentioned, it wasn't that the targeting can definitely be maybe changed or adjusted mid game, but we did not get to see that. Seems like, again, just towards the Hilda after the magic resist items built, Quaz was like, yeah, Mystic Gush me, no problem, even if I were to be taken down because of the Mystic Gush, the rest of the team or the rest of my team definitely can jump on the gourd that is technically defenseless. Tsunami Slam used up. So again, the Hilda is definitely the wrong target in that game, but the adjustment from the side of Bright, we didn't get to see that actually happen. So again, unfortunate, but the momentum that was built game 1, it's gone, Scared. It's gone. Now it's back to a best of 1.
Gone on to the other side, my man. Yes, I agree. And at this point, yeah, I really want to see how the adjustment from the side of Bright will be looking like. You're brought back down onto your knees. You know how to get back up. That's what Xion is. Bright need to do the exact same thing, ladies and gentlemen. If they'll be able to do it or not, we will find that out after this very short 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah.
All right, now we've got the actual result for game 2, and Xion strikes back. I mean, take it to level the series at 1-1, meaning we're going basically the distance to deciding game 3. So Xion drafted like a heavy brawl sustained focus comp with Leomord in the jungle. You got Uranus and Hilda as like a double front line. That Eve for zone control and Brody, I mean, as their main backline damage. I mean, BRT just responded with, with a bit of that structure lineup from Kalea, Paquito, Carry, Baxia, and also Gord. But for, the early skirmish and anti-heal pressure and strong team fight zoning. But Xion looked far more proactive. It was a huge turning point from, especially that Hilda perfectly bathing the Mystic Gush not once, but twice. From an elite Roimer read that swung basically a crucial fight and set the tempo for Xion's comeback. Now, from there, Xion basically just unlocked their draft, double front line enabling constant pressure, Leomord finding more cleaner engages, and Eve controlling that space, and Brody just consistently following up in his fights. When they play through tempo and commit to fights, they look much sharper and more coordinated compared to that of last game. So BSD still had their moments though through Gord zoning and Carry's frontline shred, but Xion ultimately out-executed them in key fights and broke the map open. Xion Nexus has taken game 2, and now we are heading to deciding a game 3. Back to our shoutcasters.
Marcosaurus Rex, thank you for that, because I'm going to double down onto those insights and also add in a word of my own, overzealous. That's what the entire lineup of Bright were, and they kind of gave the ball up, Goni, did they not?
Yeah, I think again, I thought with the momentum that they were able to create game 1, game 2, they were gonna replicate it, but it seems like you're right. They dropped the ball, and now it's an even series. Let's see which team will reset first, because let's just jump into the map draw.
You wanna bring it out? Make a prediction. Which one it's gonna be? Two
Flying
expanding movements?
clouds.
Oh,
Flying clouds. I want to see flying clouds, man.
all right.
Why
It-
not? Right? Okay. We will not get. Okay. I like it. I don't mind it.
Picture perfect. I love it. I absolutely love it. Add into that more aggression. Add into that threat of being ganged from multiple areas. Right. I think so. Sutsuki would probably love this if he gets Karita.
And again, yeah, I think with the dangerous grass, it actually the Kadita pick definitely can resurface. Again, the Hilda pick as well can make another comeback here. So I'm actually intrigued to see what is going to be the draft here, especially from the side of Bright. Will they respect the Hilda? Because it was a problem for them in game two. Now with dangerous grass, it might be more it might cause more problems for their side if the Hilda was picked from the side of Xeon. So let's see again the adjustments from both teams now. Bright, can they recover? Because Xeon, they prove that they're a team that can recover after a loss.
One of the main things about Bright, which I feel they can use up to recover, which you've been mentioning, is the fact that maybe give another playmaking hero onto the EXP. We saw what Yuzong was able to do, right? Zavaron did a fantastic job on that. But when you gave him the Paquito, he kind of seemed a bit off. He was still trying to play it in a sense of that front to back idea where he jumps directly from up front rather than to flank. And that kind of hindered what they wanted to do. So this time, maybe double down onto the back dive, maybe give something like the Yuzong back in his hands, or maybe even the
Yeah.
Lapu Lapu in that sense, right? That could work out for them.
I think that's going to be a very smart approach here from the side of Bright, right? I think EXP definitely can be a big factor, especially playmaking EXP, and we get to see that sort of, I guess, trait, right, from the side of the XP laner here, from not from Maz actually, from Magisha, from the side of Bright on game one. So, wait, the names, okay. Yeah, but
they will. It's fine.
again, I think it's going to be a similar draft as game one, where Bright gets blue, but we can see Xeon still just respecting the Harley because it was the main factor of why they lost game one. It seems like Bright a similar approach of game one, right? They ban out the Leomord in game one. They let go of the Leomord in game two, and they lost. So, right?
True.
They want to replicate the bans here as they did game one.
Now I want to see, is it still going to be a Zetian though? Because that's what they followed in game two. That was a script, Zetian, and then a Claude. But you rightfully mentioned about this, Goni. You mentioned that this time it's Bright on the blue side, right? Previously, it was Xion who were doing that thing. And when you're on the blue side, you have the luxury of banning out the enemy's comfort more, considering you don't have to force ban the meta picks. Right now, I think so Bright can try and utilize this thing in their favor, where the enemy bans out your comfort, and now you can pick up the meta. Maybe the Jushin, if not the Jushin, maybe even the Marcel, since it is left open right now.
Definitely, right? The Zushin did not see the light of day in game one and game two, banned out as well. And there might be a potential, an opening for Zushin. Now, Xeon, they're discussing their options here. Do they let go of both Marcel and Zushin, considering they can pick two heroes later on, after the first pick? So they're definitely here discussing on which hero, because technically, what other heroes is priority that is currently open other than the Zushin? And the Baksha is definitely a hero that is very popular here and did not work out for well for Bright, but definitely a hero. It seems like the Zushin still will be the ban. So 3 games, no Zushins.
Still the problem. Still the problem. The R3 ban belongs to Zushin. I remember a long time back, there used to be the red 1 ban instant chip. No one was letting it through. And then Zushin was the one to take that place. Still sitting it. Probably one of the heroes that's been banned on the red side for the longest time. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Goni.
I think it's definitely up there, right? The Zushins, very strong pre-level 4, very strong after level 4, and hence why the Zushin is very popular and very still a hot pick. And seems like the Hilda, we mentioned about the dangerous grass, we mentioned about Xeon, again causing problems towards Bright. Seems like Bright is able to deny that pick here for game 3.
And now you don't really have the Khalid to try and equalize that. And
Yeah.
it's a tough choice for Gion now. Marcel is open, so you can still pick it up for blue 3. Unless Bright want to flex this Hilda in EXP and then lock it in for themselves, though. But they will prioritize the Su Yu. Now, the main question is, do you still lock in the Marcel? He's been reworked a bit. We did see the nerves hitting up, but I still feel he's really strong on that roam. But it's just that Hilda kind of straight counters the Marcel by being on his face.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk-taking hero. Oh, whoa! Here comes the Belleric. Now I am surprised, but I understand. It's strong. It's definitely an annoying hero, and definitely can cancels out momentum, especially if your team drafted a divey hero. So that definitely denies an approach of a dive composition from Bright. That is interesting, though. Picking up in the first phase. And you mentioned the EXP playmaking. Here comes the Yuzong, baby.
I like it. That's how it worked out in the first game out there. This time, they're kind of ready for the second one, too. Locking in the Harith in the midst of it all. Now, this is something that I like. Skeptical, considering there's a Belleric on the other side, but still good, right? Rather than having something that can basic attack Belleric to kill them their own self. Harith is much more better, as you have the Zaman 4s, you can dance around, you got a good amount of damage, good safety net in terms of the late game too. Now for Jeon. They lock in the mid right
Gold
now.
laner, I think gold laner here. I think their approach is should they prioritize a gold laner in the first phase? I think so. Because definitely will be limited in the second phase. Yeah, it's gonna be the carry here. It's sensible, right? You're going up against a Hilda, Yuzong as well. The Shurikens definitely will melt the tanky heroes, and mechanically, it's okay head to head against a Harith, right?
Yeah.
Especially in the early, unless you jump, unless you get overzealous. I think the Harith and the carry is quite even. Depends on, of course, mechanics.
True. Now, it all boils down to how well can you dodge the Yu Zhong. That's the only threat to you right now. Hilda will be, yes, but that's the reason why Quartz has a Belleric right now. Solid anti-dive. Regardless of what happens, how much Bright decides to engage. One Wrath of Riot is all he needs to disengage all of it. And they ban out the Zetian, doubling down on their previous game's ban. Don't want to give that playmaking capabilities in the hands of Bright.
Definitely has the range as well. The global alt, right? Definitely can cause problems towards the composition of Xeon especially during neutral objective takes, where Suyo wants to find a cheeky angle to say look for a steal, but another mid lane response here from the side of Bright, banning out the Eve. They say, you know what? Let's just eliminate the range mid laners. Say goodbye to the Eve.
RWM, kill box, we ain't giving that. Now, on the other side, do you double down onto the mid? I think so. I don't feel like Kadita is going to be a good pick here this time. So you want something that dish out that poke damage while also have the capabilities of kiting around the Hilda and the Yu Zhong. So I'm thinking Lilia for Rion, but it could work well for Bright as well.
I think both teams will not say no to Lilia, right? Both teams can definitely play around the Lilia. It seems like the Fanny is going to be the priority here from side of Xeon, saying, you know what, we have yet to have a secure lock and definitely, Fanny can cause problems. In the first game, they locked in the Kufra early, so definitely the Fanny will not surface. But in the third game here, in the final game with the Belleric in hand, I think the Fanny could make an appearance, if not banned. So there you go. Right? Do they go for another mid lane ban here, restricting, more options towards them? But it seems like it's more specific. It's the Kadita.
Yeah.
It seems like they still respect, like you mentioned, maybe not an ideal composition for Kadita, but it's just a matter of respect, right? It's dangerous grass as well. The Kadita definitely can play around the bushes. So here comes the first pick of the second phase. What will be the priority for Xeon? They need still reliable crowd control, I gotta say.
And I'm also thinking something that can pair up well against the Yu Jong, and Alice is left open. Though she might still be susceptible to the Harith, probably getting on her nerves and dancing around with the Purify. But I still feel it's a lot better choice as compared to the other ones, right? Maybe the Lapu Lapu. I don't really like the Arlet here, and the Phobius is a bit too nerfed, but they still lock it in.
Wow.
All right, first time post nerf Phobius.
It is going to be very interesting to see the dynamic here in the EXP lane. Yu Zhong versus a nerfed Phobius. It's going to be the Yi Sun Shin instantly locked in here from the side of Bright. And again, so their game plan is clear. Give as much space towards the Yi Sun Shin, gets 15, joins the fight. And without the Zetian available, it seems like the Mountain Shocker will do, right? Providing information, free information on the whereabouts. And you mentioned the Lilia on the second phases of banning, not banned. So Bright will be able to pick it up against the Phobius, Belleric, and Suyo. It's a dream Lilia game.
The best one. Now, what do you pick to counter the Lilia? You don't have the Zetian, no Kadita, no Eve.
Valentina.
I don't know. It could be good. You could run away with the black.
It is a
shoe.
forceful Valentina game, yeah.
Yeah, but it will be heavily forced though. Farsa doesn't seem like a good pick here, but you still will at least get a better clear in the mid lane, or at least an equal clear in the mid lane. Plus, with the range, you can try and outrange the Yi Sun Shin along with the Harith, but the Yu Jong will be a bigger problem for you. Oh, all right, Selena here. Interesting
This is
choice.
actually, it is. It
I like
actually
it.
is. I'm still digesting here, scared. I gotta say, right? It seems like they do not want to have another scaling mid laner. They have a carry. What they're saying is we want a hero that can, provide impact immediately. And the Selena, definitely a hero that can give you an impact level 2, right? Let's see again, guys. It is going to be the last game of this match.
It's brought down to being a best of 1 from what we previously had as a best of 3. 1 each on both the sides. Bright, Tenebris, Xion, Nexus. Goni, both the drafts look pretty solid. Have got their own win conditions, have got their own scaling capabilities with Yi Sun Shin on one side and Carry on the other side. It is going to boil down to how well you control that mid lane and the river, ladies and gentlemen. They've both shown the potential, and it's time to showcase the skill one last time. Out in the land of dawn, we go.
Let's see the conclusion of this match, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to see Selena, Belleric on the same team in action. Now, with this composition, will it work or not? Considering that it is dangerous grass, right? You definitely can throw out more, wards for information. That's a lot of damage. We were talking about the Lilia. You were talking about the Lilia. Very, very good in this, going up against this composition, and it shows, right? Already an early flicker from Quaz.
That's a big resource to be baited out right before that first turtle too. And up, or rather down the bottom lane, yeah, there's trouble brewing up. Yu Jong will win it out. An attempt to steal away the bear, but I think so. Drizzy still got it, did he not?
I think so. I think so. It seems like a battle between Hilda and the Suyo is brewing as the Hilda is isolated.
Yeah, it should be a pick off though. No, never mind. You still had the ability to maybe bob and weave around a bit, but no flicker. So this time it's gonna be the first blood, moving up a little bit too ahead of yourself. And this is how they drop the ball in game number 2. It's kind of repeating.
Yeah, and it seems like the damage from Suyo still level 3, still very much so. The arrow did not land. Great juke from Moz, but it is still an early advantage here with that kill on towards the Hilda. In the mid lane.
Yeah, wanted
Still
to catch
able to get out.
Satsuki there, but still able to garrote out of the harm's way. And you have Quasar standing there menacingly. He's like, yeah, you want to try that? You want to try that from my roots? Yeah, better not.
Better not indeed. And as we approach the first turtle fight here, let's see if Drizzy wants to contest, because you can see the Yisun Chin here. Koi is just having a blast on the farm, and with the Black Dragon form pop, I don't think Drizzy can. Oh my!
Whoa! Steals at the last second though, but only to be punished out by his life. You have the bonks coming in from the Phobias. Quas eventually shut down, but guess what? The Black Dragon was left alone on an island. A 2-for-2 trade though, with the turtle going in for the side of Xion. A good steal. I think so. They kind of got the better trade, right?
If we're talking about the better trade, yes, I think they got the 2 kills. They managed to take down Zavron, but again, a very, very, I guess it was a plot twist, right? I thought with the Black Dragon form popped, the angles for Drizzy Van to steal was none, but boy, was I wrong. Bright fumbled the retribution. I guess Koi fumbled it, and now it's back to an even game. And now what Koi wants to do is just farm freely again in the mid lane. We get to see some action. Oh, that's a lot of damage from the Hilda, but Satsuki's able to get away.
Phenomenal stun though, but at the last second, Moz instantly popping in the black shoes to immune the damage from the tower, and in the midst of it all, a bait from Alkansha leading into the death of Harith will probably be a 1-for-1. Never mind that! Surviving by the skin of the teeth, that is a big win from Xion.
Yeah, that's a very big 2 kills on the board for Xion. Taking Shark J down and the Hilda as a bonus. And now they're heading towards the second turtle in a very advantageous spot now. You can see the items here already. Corrosion Scythe in play for the carry. Now the arrow is going to be playing a huge part on the initiations as well. So let's see Satsuki's precision on the arrow landing, right? Because that might be a turn game changer as well here. As the second turtle, I don't think this time Drizzy can steal it away. So it's going to be a free one for Koi.
Oh, they actually want to get a double on that as well. Clester was caught up in the rotation as well. No map control for them at the turtle pit there. So it will be a turtle as well as the kill. You were asking about the arrow. At least he hit the point blank one onto the face. So that's that.
Yeah, so far it's a quiet one arrow wise here from the side of Satsuki, but boy, right here starting to show some recovery here. And boys, game 3 full action Satsuki.
It's gonna be okay right now. Yeah, I did not really move a lot further out there. A good catch, but Clester isn't really able to get a lot apart from just landing some stacks up on top. Though Shark drops down the Salmon Force, and a phenomenal catch by the Dauntless Fleet. Lovely approach from Koi, and what a kiting from Shark. Drizzy cannot survive, or maybe can he? Tries to mute it up as well, dropping everything including the Evil Queller. Side steps down the Shadow Energy Bomb, forcing a flicker from the Hilda. And on the back of it, he gets the second 2. Zavron takes the tower down bot, and on the back of it, barely breathing Quas. Holy smokes.
What a sequence there. We get to see the timing for Koi top lane, but in the bottom side, it's going to be Petrified committed. 2v1 now. Phobius, the nerf one in action. That's going to be the damage here. Lilia in the mist will find the kill, and Clester will fall. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Bright here. Mid-game starting to find more control as the purple buff is going to be taken away. Well, rather, Drizzy still able to find the purple, but it's just right here connecting on the fight in the mid lane. Gotta be careful here. Has to clear though. Uh-oh.
Phenomenal stun onto the face. Shock getting caught in the tower. Ratho tried as well for the disengage as Zabaron tries to run away, but not from the blade surge. Drizzy hopping back up instantly as he picks up the Sky Piercer. And I'm pretty sure he got a kill after that. Turtle secured in the middle of it all. Koi will try to run away as well. Decent amount of tankiness for him, but maybe not that much. Drizzy with a killing spree. Wants to get the fourth one up on board. Maybe not entirely a maniac, but still he can try and catch something. Sidestepping the arrow as well. Good movement from the Hilda. But yeah, they lost the lead that they had. And guess what? They're not really stopping in the middle of it all as well. Drizzy. Another one in the middle. Moz tries to get something, but just see.
This is bad news, Scared, because Drizzy has a Sky Piercer and he just added 2 kills on the board already. So I believe it's just 20 stacks already to his names on that Sky Piercer. In the mid lane, we get to see action mid lane versus mid lane, but Moss pops the black shoes. That's gonna be information now. Xeon, will they abuse the Lilia with no black shoes? But it seems like the call is tone it down, let the carry farm. And again, it's just so even here mid-game, right? Sure, the gold is still towards Bright, but with the Rizzy having the Sky Piercer on his name, they gotta hesitate during fights, man. It's going to be just Suyo cleaning up, if not. Quaz pops the early Rapid Riot, I believe. No, not just yet. Still holding on. The arrow doesn't land in the mid lane, but yeah, there you go. The item check. 2 items already for Koi.
It's the shadow energy AoE that we actually see in that skin. Don't worry, I got confused by that as well multiple times. But that's just in Lilia. I know, right? It's like almost similar considering the skins that they're both using. So.
Very similar.
I know. So, all right, on the back of it, still is going to be 50-50 out here. You mentioned about that gold lead being 1k in favor of Bright. But yeah, rightfully mentioned too that it doesn't really matter that much right now. The only thing is how quickly Kel and Alkansha pick up the Trinity. 9 minutes into the game, probably around 1100 something gold away from that item right now that person is. So still needs at least 3 wave clear, maybe a kill if you add in the middle of it all. Would eventually help her get it by 11 minutes, or the 10-minute 30-second mark. That would be the clock timer Xion are looking, but they want to fight.
Yeah, it seems like they want to connect on towards the Hilda. Half HP. Looking to... Oh, that's a 2-man Petrify by Zaveron. That's going to be Zaveron just trying to target, but Drizzy adds another stack on the board. Take a look at the mid lane. Shark J finds the collapse on towards the turret, but here comes the big fight. Chester flickers out. It's 2 members off the board in the mid lane. Shark J against everyone. That's going to be Drizzy again with the kill.
Try to bob and weave, but still getting picked off there. Not enough damage onto that Harith right now. And I mentioned about 10.5-minute mark to pick up that Trinity, but Xion were like, now we're going to fight further. We're going to fight ahead of that curve. We don't care about that Trinity. We have enough damage in the form of Satsuki, in the form of Drizzy, who's going 8, 2, and 4 right now. Probably 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer. And Koi, he's far away from any of that.
Yeah, he is still struggling to provide damage here, at least during team fights. And with the Lord already collected by Xeon, seems like they will expand their lead here. The Lord will march top, and it seems like they will look to grab a structure or 2. I believe they can penetrate towards a tier 2 as well. Lilia is a good clearer though, so you cannot count Bright just yet here. It is still just the first Lord. Uh-oh.
Just a bit of a skirmish up in mid though. Speedy light wheels used by Alkansha. pretty preemptive there, but as you mentioned, they should be able to get that tier 2 at least on up top. I'm also expecting the bottom one to go down, but they're not sending anyone to sink that wave though, but a massive stun landing perfectly. They've got enough damage. And this time the Hilda cannot sustain for long. Boss in the midst of it all catches down Alcantra. Drizzy answers back with a godlike. That's 50 on the Sky Piercer. Watch catch even more right now. Oh, Zabaron getting caught at the edge. That's why Selena is the Princess of Abyss, trying to run for the Queen. But there we go with the Dauntless Fleet, trying to catch something, but this Suyu is hitting like a truck.
And they got 4 members already. They want to go for the end.
Oh, that's all of them taken out right now. You want to send someone to clear the minion. Flicker committed to, but it's just a Hilda. And it's a 2-1 victory from Xion. A reverse sweep into the making, fulfilling the prophecy.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a series we have. Then this is just the start of week number 2. Xion, they look unstable in the first game, not in control, but after game 2, they brought in the momentum, they sharpened their knives, and game number 3, not even 12 minutes into the game, they're able to end it and send it home. 2-1, you mentioned it, reverse sweep style, and congratulations towards Xion, man. Unfortunately for Bright, after that game 2 loss, it seems like they weren't able to recover execution-wise.
Yeah, it kind of went down the same drain, right? They had the control, they got overzealous, they overextended, and whenever you overextend, Xion gets super ready to punish you up. Ain't that right, Macro? Or rather, Marco, because I know that you really want to talk about a lot of this stuff. So guess what? Take it over and tell us how that went down.
All right, so we've got a decider here on season 3, and Xion versus Bright. Game 3 decide who moves forward. And what a draft to close the series. I mean, Xion comes in with like a very explosive pickup. You know, Suyu for high mobility and pick potential. You got Belleric as that frontline engage, and Punish Tool, like carry as the late game tank shredder win condition. Like, you've also got Phoebus to counter all those dashes, and Selena to sort of create that early tempo through vision control and pickups. I mean, on the other side, Bright option out for a much more sort of skirmish, heavy dive oriented composition. So you've got a Hilda and a Yuzong forming the double frontline dive threat. Harriet as the mobile mid-game carry, and you got YSS for global pressure and objective control, and Lilia providing that burst and zone control in team fights. I mean, from the very start, this game was about tempo versus discipline. Xion's drop is built around the punish windows. You know, Selena fishing for picks, Suyu creating the chaos in the backline, and you got Phoebus specifically drafted to shut down the heavy dive style from Bright. And once the fight breaks out, Belleric and Carry becomes the core win condition to survive the burst, reflect the pressure, and outscale. Look, Bright Tenebri, however, we're looking to accelerate the game with that Hilda and YZ diving deep, while Harriet constantly shifting angles and Lilia trying to control the space before Xion could fully set up. But the difference in this game 3 came down to the execution and the fight discipline. Xion Nexus played this match with far more control. And in team fights, Belleric was absolutely crucial. I mean, absorbing those pressure, forcing Bright Tenebri into that awkward positioning, and enabling Carry to free hit from the backline. I mean, once Carry got to the item spikes, Tenebri simply could not commit cleanly without getting shredded. I mean, Suyu added that extra layer, finding flanks and securing picks and constantly basically threatening the backline. So Bright, basically without getting counter-engaged or punished on cooldowns. And that is the difference in a deciding game. Xion were actually much more composed on the late game, and they became more structured and far more efficient in how they executed their win condition. So Xion takes game 3 and close out the series 2-1. A massive comeback after being pushed to the edge, but they hold the nerve and when it matters most. And with that result locked in, we are definitely going to move into match 2, round 1, Cut to Oblivion versus Trollbirds. And for that, we're also just going to go on a quick 10-minute break, 10-15 minutes break before the second match starts. So stay tuned with OCC and we'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。 復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on dimensions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the right. righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? Minnaを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the fitting!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. immortal coil. Wither! Ravenous claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past and actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, Justice calls!
What shadows will I find lurking in your reflection? Swift and deadly. Mirror waltz. Your move. Pierce through. Shadow, guide my blades. Sharp as the truth. Care to dance? 私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are previous series now in the books. It's time to turn our attention to our second matchup of the evening, Cut to Oblivion versus Trollbirds. Now, this is a matchup that, at least on paper, presents a very sort of interesting contrast. Because on one side, we have Cut to Oblivion, a team that needs very little introduction. I mean, they've entered season 3 as our season 2 runners up. And throughout last season, they consistently proved themselves as one of the strongest and most disciplined teams in the competition. I mean, they were just one series away from championship glory, and you can be sure they be looking to build on that success this season. Now, I don't want to talk them up too much before we've even loaded into game 1, but the reality is they've earned that reputation. They've proven themselves against some of the best teams in OCC. And with that comes expectation. Every time Cut to Oblivion step onto the battlefield, teams are going to measure themselves against them. But standing across from them tonight is Trollbirds, one of the newer faces in the competition. I mean, to be completely honest, there's still a bit of an unknown quantity. We haven't had enough opportunities to see them consistently compete at this level, which makes this series all the more exciting. I mean, sometimes it's the team with the least expectation that end up with surprising everyone. And that's something we can never forget in competitive Mobile Legends. I mean, no matter how experienced a roster is or no matter what results they've achieved in previous season, games can change in an instant. One bad rotation, one misretribution, one overextension, or one lost team fight can completely flip the momentum of a match. That's why I'm particularly interested to see how Trollbirds approach this series. Do they come in swinging with confidence and aggression, or do they look up to play a more controlled game against one of OCC's established contenders? Either way, tonight's a huge opportunity for them to make that statement. For Cut to Oblivion, it's about showing why they all still consider one of the teams to beat. For Trollbirds, it's a chance to prove they belong among the best. There's only one way to find out. So without further ado, I'll hand the things over to our casters, Gani and Scared Yet, who will take you through all the action of match 2. Round 1, Cut to Oblivion versus Trollbirds. Take it away, gentlemen.
Marco standing up to the name, man, and he's giving that massive introduction about both of those teams, Goni, because I am again really excited to witness how the runners up of season 2 are now going to perform up against the new and upcoming underdogs that are yet to showcase their potential, their power. And guess what? I'm pretty sure that you are also excited on the same level.
Man, I can't describe how excited I am right now here, Scared Yet. But yes, you mentioned it. Marco mentioned it. It's going to be a thrilling match. Now, we got an exciting one earlier on already, right? It ends 2-1. You know, the story was a reverse sweep as well. Now, let's see will that trend continue, right? Unfortunately, it was scheduled at 3 matches today, but Marco earlier, in case you missed it, explained that the second match, it was an auto win it was an auto 2-0 win. So we will jump into match 3. But yes, let's see what will the results be. Is it going to be a 2-0 or is it going to be a 2-1? And what fashion as well, as in a bit we will get to see, like you mentioned, the veterans of OCC, the established players against the quote unquote newcomers. Now,
True.
Again, Jeko, Marco, props to him, considered to be the best goal laner here in the game of the Aussie region. Is it going to show here today? Will there be a follow-up?
That's one of the big things, right? We know that there are some big players with big names and even more humongous responsibilities on their shoulder. We'll eventually see how that pans out, because it's not just Jeko, right? Marco also mentioned it to me, and this is the information he only gave to me, that Loco is the part of the ENC team as well, and they will represent the Australian team in the ENC. So you know that there's a big potential out of this entire roster. And since he mentioned about them being the runners up, them just one series away from lifting the season 2 trophy, I'd want to double down on it and say that they were just one game away from lifting the trophy. That series against Concupiscence, it went on 4-3. You know that they've got what it takes right now. So Trolls have to bring out the best in them, especially on the map that we will eventually witness up in front of us, to showcase what they have got. The underdogs, it's a tough matchup for them.
It is. It is again on paper. Again, a one-sided team, right? A stronger team, definitely on paper. But let's see, anything can happen in the Land of Dawn. It seems like we will get to see it finally, a Flying Clouds game. We didn't get to see it on our first match. 2 Expanding Rivers and 1 Dangerous Grass we saw, but Flying Clouds is going to debut here today.
It's going to be fun yet again. You might want to pick up something that has a little bit more brawl potential into it, even in the lane, right? So that you can instantly get that cloud up back into the lane as well. I really like it, as it eventually helps me to go back to the base and back to the lane faster. But out here in the competitive pool, that's where you eventually see the teams utilizing and min-maxing even the intricacies of that map. We normally see that in all of the MPLs as well. And I'm pretty sure, Gani, this is going to be the moment where we'll slowly see the potential of the team or of the runners-up show up as well. Out here, though, let's discuss about those pads and picks. I was looking at the drafts, or rather the patch notes, and I saw a bit of a buff onto Balmond as well. Do you think he can be picked up this time?
I'm not sure this time. It may be in the future, but yes, Balmond, definitely a hero that definitely can reappear in this current patch, right? Very strong. And, with the rise of popularity of like fighter junglers, tank junglers, Balmond is definitely a hero that fits the bill. So again, right, if you're a jungler player looking for a new hero, quote unquote, in this patch, try out Bauman. Perhaps it might work for your team. Very good in the neutral objective, very sustainable and durable during big team fights, and perhaps might get you games. Let's see though, will it happen or will it be picked up in this current match? Let's see. The Fanny though will be the first ban here from the side of Cut. They do not want to deal still with an annoying cables potentially showing up in the late Lanadon.
True. Also pairing it up with a Zetian as well. And adding a Leslie into the mix. Yeah, I mean, I know Berserker's Fury has got the buff, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a respect as well.
I think they researched, they did their homework, and it feels like that the gold laner really loves to play the Leslie, perhaps, and that's why the respect ban came through. The final ban, though, what is it gonna be? The Zushins is out. Even the Leomord, the Harley that we were able to see earlier on is still open on the board.
Different perspectives.
Marcel, though, they eventually pick it off. Yeah, we don't want to deal with that. I think so. This should be a first pick Jushin for Cut to Oblivion. But I wouldn't be surprised if they prioritize a Leomord over here as well, considering how well he's good at the objectives. But hold on, all right, we've got a show. We've got a unique first pick.
Sometimes it's just comfort over meta. Shahisnu, and it seems like that's gonna be the case here for Cutthroat or Cut Oblivion rather. It is gonna be comfort over meta, and a good Cho definitely is ready to face any type of composition. Very complete. The kit that he has, and it seems like they will respond with a carry pick here. Now, I like it. It will activate during mid game, but the Kugura though, this is I feel like them showing their cards pretty early. Both gold laners and mid laner wants to farm.
All right, I believe Goni. This one matchup seems like it's more about the comfort rather than the meta itself. They simply ban out a few. They pick up something that they really like to play with. So both of them are probably testing out the waters. We want to pick something that we like, and there we go. We've been talking about the meta. There's the Ruby hopping in. It's going to be in the EXP lane out here right now, but I absolutely love the rework that came in onto her. The ultimate now, I'm offended. It deals insane damage to the squishy heroes. Just saying.
Yeah, and again, it still can act as a playmaker as well, right? It deals a lot of damage, can act as a playmaker as well, and you double down with the Cho, a lot of layers, crowd control wise, that again definitely can cause issues to troll birds. So what are they going to respond with? I mean, the Kugura definitely has a fleet that acts as an anti-CC. So got to time it properly, got to use it wisely, because if not, again, the layering of crowd control is already there from the side of Cut Oblivion.
Yeah,
I think they should secure a jungler here just to stabilize their draft. And they will.
You call for it, and they instantly lock in the R3 Fredrin. I mean, kind of makes sense in a certain manner, but at the same time, it will be difficult for him to even contest those neutral objectives, right? Unless he's got the full passive stacks up, he'd not be able to make it up to it to use the Appraiser's Wrath. Now for the bans. Simple, clear-cut idea. Ban the Leo, ban the Suyu. Those are two good picks for the side of Cut to Oblivion, which I could potentially see. I don't think so, or rather maybe the Baxia as well.
There's no time.
That might be the case. Banning out the Baksha, that's just natural head-to-head, I feel like, all right? Fred versus Box. But it seems like it's going to be the Gore. They're more concerned of the range here, considering that going up against a Natan, it has range, and if you add it with a Gord, it's going to be very, very tricky, because you already committed the carry, which is rather short range. Kagura is arguably also another short range mid laner. So unless you full commit on towards Umbrella, but it is just going to be trickier with a Gord on your opposing side. But there goes the Yuzong. You do not want to deal with a hero that is strong in the early game, combine it with the Fredrin, the first turtle. You can imagine, right? Yuzong flying in, Fredrin securing the turtle. It's going to be very hard for you to find angles to contest.
True. Maybe they want to double down on that EXP lane ban as well, right? Considering you also want Ruby to have a fun lane so that you can rotate faster to those neutral objectives as well. So I do like the idea of the Yuzhong ban, and they also ban away the Suyu. No more 50-50 contest with the Fredrin. You can't steal that away with your execution line. They ban out a Kaja this time.
Wow.
Makes sense, but I was thinking more of a Kalea.
I agree. I think the Kalea is just more straightforward, right? Shahisnu definitely has crowd control, but it seems like what they're saying is with the ban of Kaja, it's just too sure. It's a suppression. Definitely can pick Cho up, but there it goes. The pick, it's going to be the Belleric. So it's going to be the second time here today with two different teams that we are going to see Belleric. Now, it can definitely be an answer, but you mentioned before the broadcast, Hishnu, about the Matilda, and it seems like it will show up, I guess, with a Fredrin, with the Baksha, or perhaps the Balman. You talked about the Balman. Why not combine it? It's got to be the Baksha, though.
It's the Baksha. But where? Mid lane Matilda? Or a mid lane Natan? Side lanes both fighters? Ruby Gold, Show EXP?
God, you're right. I think Matilda mid. I think this is going to be a Matilda mid.
Could be possible. It's kind of weird, right? But we'll see. We'll see where they eventually go, because they've got a lot of permutation and combinations for the laning phase. You know what? Throw all of that in the back. Pick up Matilda Gold. I'm just kidding. Don't do that, people. For troll birds. Last pick out. EXP. Something that can lane well. Phobius, I don't think so. Something that can sustain the magic damage. It's a Minzathar.
This is it. This is interesting. In theory it works, right? Cho has the sidestep. Ruby can dash in and dash out. Put in the King's Calling. Nowhere to go. Even Matilda has a sidestep.
True. I mean, you kind of deny the entropy as well, if you think about it.
Yes.
So Grim will have to do a heavy job in terms of reaping away those dashes from the other side. But cut to Oblivion, Trollbirds. Second matchup, ladies and gentlemen, of today, with game number 1 rolling on the screen. Goni, who are you picking for the win?
You know what? I gotta go. I love both of the drafts, but I gotta say, cut to Oblivion. Or you know what? I'm not gonna be boring. I'm going for Trollbirds, man. What about you?
You know what? The moment you said cut to Oblivion, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go with the best friend of Hanabi. I'm gonna pick the comp for the Kagura in it, so that makes sense. But you think Trollbirds are winning? I think so. Matilda with the Baxia combination might actually work out. Plus, they also have got the Ruby, which will eventually go into that EXP lane, ladies and gentlemen, as we are hopping in the game number 1 in the Land of Dawn. We go.
Land of Dawn, here we go for our first round between the two. Cut to Oblivion, Trollbirds. Who do you got here? Very like a unique type of approach here from both teams, not just one, right? We finally get to see again the Matilda mid back in action here with Jetco City using it, and wow, I haven't seen that in a while. A flame shot and an Aegis. Wait, a flame shot.
I mean, ages ago we saw those.
Ages ago.
Yeah.
Flame shot finally come into play.
I agree. And even the Matilda out here in the mid, you called out to it, Goni. They will have the aggressiveness. They've constantly got the dashes, and look at that. Guiding Winds out there used up. Gel needs to try and run away, but a good knock-up, stopping the show in his tracks. San kind of got in an awkward position though, but Gel, holy smokes, he's playing with fire there. Barely breathing there. We got Flicker. The power of Ancient Path's not really enough, and Gel heals back up with the S2 when they get double. What a punish from the side of Trollbirds.
far from ideal start here for Cut to Oblivion. A great start here for Trollbirds. Taking two members off the board, including you get the mid and the roam. So, weaker rotations in the future. And with those two kills, I'm sure they will be able to transition to the first neutral objective well here. Taslim, though, on it.
Still doesn't want to give that one away. Sharpel isn't even level 4 yet, so still trying and get that on Lizard, but in the midst of it all, Hazel will move back up. He still steals it away with one level behind. King's Calling drop down and Sani cannot hop in. And in the midst of it all, you have the Circling Eagle on the face. Should be enough to get the kill. Double for Mathilda. Might want to get the triple, but Taslim takes that one up. And this is the strength of their team fight.
It seems like the two kills early from the side of Trollbirds did not transition well. That's a pull, though. That's Taslim using the Guiding Wind to safety. But yes, I mean, I wasn't completely wrong. Sharbo was able to get the turtle, no problem, but they lose out on the fight here, Shahishnu. And as we approach minute number 3, it seems like Cut to Oblivion, they were able to just hit the reset button well. With giving away 2 kills early, it doesn't. That's Rudy.
Yeah, that could be a big pick out there. Grim still barely breathing. Gets the healing back up as well. Drops the King Calling, but Checo, enough with that damage out there on this Mathilda, is doing so much for the team. They get 2 yet again. And Cut to Oblivion, they've got so much control right now.
Yeah, CTO is definitely the better team as of yet. Again, 2 early kills were given, but it feels like they don't care. They're able to find the tempo. They were able to find the connections, and now they are ahead, even on the gold department as well. They're slightly leading here. It's comfortable. They're able to keep Andre City alive as well, still deathless. So all is good in the department of the farm here for the Natan. Top lane action.
Wrath of Dryad with a Vengeance as well to try and sustain through it all. And guess what? That's just going to be enough. Barely breathing carry out there. Will be running back up. Ying Yang over kind of missed, but the flame shot is there. The sniping. Picture perfect. And Furs did not have the I'm offended. He utilized that before a few seconds ago in the bottom lane, and it's probably be kicking himself in the boots. If he had it, it could have been a triple.
It could have been. They traded the kill, like San Miguel's death, for the turtle. So again, CTO is able to answer back for what they lose out. But again, now it's just gonna be a slower tempo after the second neutral of the game here. And let's see here, Trollbird still behind, still looking for some sort of a compensation, I gotta say.
Have to get something up right now. Look at how aggressive Jeko is playing. And that's just because of the mobility he has on this Mathilda. And constantly trying to poke down Gel as well, though, in the midst of it all. Moves up towards the top with the team, as they take away almost half, or rather more than half, the HP of that tower as well. They're just playing it so very smart right now. And with the speed that they've got, Trollbirds are left nothing but just responding, as we have the items too.
Yeah, with the Flask of the Oasis already in hand of Jeko City, definitely can go for the aggressive play. Oh, Wave Dragon.
Yeah, with the Vengeance trying to help Jill survive. Drops down the Wrath of Dryad, catching no one. It's gonna work as a zoning ability. But in the middle, you had the Fred jumping in. Taslim joins in. Sharwell has to dash away. 1 for nothing. Grim hopping in though, but alright. Not the best time for the pause. We get to that break.
Yeah, it seems like both teams will definitely hit the reset button here. But boy, again, with the Flask of the Oasis, right, you definitely can cause problems for your opponent, which we saw from Jeko himself, just scouting, giving out information on the whereabouts, and applying pressure on the right choke points. And it seems like Trollbirds, they can only react, but even so, right? That they're it's hard to find connections, hard to find fights, hard to find farm, and with the structure top lane already down, Sahishnu, just more room to play around with for Jekko City.
Yep, I agree. And Andre as well will be joining in more to those team fights now, Gani. Considering he already was kind of winning the lane, getting those go crabs without any contest from Omids. And now he has a free reign in his own hands as well, going all the way towards the pot. Why? Because Jekko is being such a nuisance for Trollbots. He's on their faces and they've got nothing to catch him. The maximum they can do is probably commit a King's Calling to stop those dashes, but I don't think so that's going to be working either.
Yeah, such a big resource to spend just to isolate the Matilda. Top lane. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Omeds is surviving that one. Has already used up the speedy light wheels as well. Taslim stopping his retreat to go in the opposite direction. That's not the safe spot. Hazel hops in though, but only to be zoned out by San. At least Shamble is able to survive. Hopefully that room helped him out.
This is not looking too good here for Trollbirds. 7 minutes in. And again, CTO, all they need to do is just keep this tempo, just applying pressure when needed and pulling back when the angle is too tight. And this is what they're doing right now. They're trying to siege the mid lane though.
Yeah, circling eagle drop down as well with the dash up. Matilda Airlines working so well. Hazel destroyed. Charbel trying to get his own buff though, but there's 3 people trying to stop him down and take him out. No Appraiser's Wrath whatsoever. He gets the bonk at the last second. An outplay that we normally see from the Fred players though. He cannot survive after that. It's still a 3-for-1. So the pace you were mentioning, Goni, changed instantly by CTO.
Now PC Hornets again not able to survive for long here. Top lane, another kill on the board for Andre. That is again just wreaking havoc for the composition of Trollbirds, and slowly but surely, right? They're just choking, suffocating Trollbirds, even on their own jungles. Now, the hook doesn't land. The lack of crowd control that is a lock from the side of Trollbirds definitely is evident here in this game. CTO, too mobile for Trollbirds.
I think so. We're hopping in back to that kiting era, aren't we? You mentioned about the composition in the previous game by Bright, that they had a lot of mobility, or rather it was game 1, Gion, who had a lot of mobility. And now we're kind of seeing the same thing with the Matilda in the mid lane as well. San on the Cho, on the roam. They're just so fast, moving around so quickly. And they can play so far aggressive. Look at Andre. Still got an extra bit of damage on that tier 2.
This is crazy. I mean, their theme is Lightning McQueen here. Just speed, right? Take a look at Jekko City, right? Even without the flicker, he knows that, you know what? The damage profile from Trollbirds is not enough to take me down. I can just harass him. Uh-oh, top lane again. Ornet's not able to survive. That's going to be a free one for Andre.
A big pull coming in with the I am offended. And you can never see it coming. He used the flicker as well, but it did not matter. Oh,
and they can go again here if they find the right opening with San Miguel. But top lane is going to be their main priority, taking the tier 2. And they will pull back here, waiting for the Lord to march. Now, it's great body block by Jekko. Flame shot was used, but Andre is able to recall now. So no Natan here technically on the siege. Trollbirds, can they find something here momentarily? 5v4. I don't think so.
It's going to be difficult. They will have the Holy Shield progged up in top as well, so at least the Lord will be healthy when marching in the tower. But as he said, it was a 5v4 for that moment, so they would be able to control that part of the map. Cho doing a smart job, San, cutting off the wave down bottom so that the tier 2 can be seized up normally so that they can fully focus on this one. He's getting ready. A 4-man knocker, Bay of the Dragon. Did not even need it. They instantly get 3 people in that burst, and this could very well be the end. A heavy wave up and they want to go for it. Charbel still trying to get the taunt in though, but that is just enough to clear the wave. Barely managing to survive.
Yeah, with 3 members off the board, definitely the mid siege is doable, and they will continue the pressure.
King Yang overturn used up, but it doesn't even matter. They're too tanky for it. Hazel eventually getting caught in the second phase of it. A nice flicker pull into the King's Calling. Charbel taken down as the Nidan is having his own fun time, making a triple for him. Can it be a Maniac? Way of the Dragon into the tower though, but a lot of damage being there. The tree is tanky, but not the crystal. They will take the life of tree as well as the base. That's game 1. Locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded indeed. And what I don't know, this goes way back. I don't know how I feel about this, Hishnu, but I remember like a couple of years ago where I really hate the Mathilda. And now I fear that it is going to be popular again. And I don't know about this approach. This is actually crazy.
I never thought I'd be seeing a Mathilda in the mid lane like that.
I still have PTSD with that face. But man,
I like it, but I know that I'm going to be crying when I be in my rank games facing off against
he's gonna
her.
insta-ban Mathilda now on my rank games.
Along with the Gushin. All right.
Whoa, okay, that's your personal PTSD, I guess.
I know. Dude, in every single one of those games, we see a Gushin player, and it doesn't need to be a good player. If you're a gold laner, you're playing a marksman, all it needs to do is throw a random skill 2 and you'd be killed. So it's annoying. It's pretty annoying.
Fair enough, man. But what a game. It was a straightforward one, I gotta say, for the side of Cut to Oblivion, but man, the Mathilda Baksha combination, it's a Mathilda mid, by the way, not a roam. So again, we'll get to see a big throwback, right? I think the Mathilda Cho combination, I think it was, yeah, it goes way back. So Cut to Oblivion, they are able to adapt to this current patch very fast, I gotta say, and they were able to execute it here at OCC's. Props to them.
And one of the main thing that I also noticed with the Mathilda Cho being there, Ruby kind of got overshadowed as well. But the Ruby in EXP worked out so good too. When the Cho was clearing down the bottom lane during the Lord Siege, we saw that it was a 4v5 up top. And even after that, the Ruby was able to frontline so well. And I feel it's the rework that started to kick in, right? The lower her HP becomes, the higher her spell vamp be.
Oh, there you go. That was just the action from game 1. We will throw it to Marco for a bit just to have a quick recap. Marco, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I was talking without my microphone. We've got the result in for match 2, round 1, and CTO actually has taken game 1 over Trollbirds. Now, looking at the draft, Cut Oblivion brought a very balanced composition with that Cho, Nathan, Ruby, Matilda, and Baxia. Like, it's kind of giving them a strong, engaged, sort of excellent mobility and some reliable crowd control and plenty of damage from the Matilda mid. I mean, scaling through Nathan, and on the other side, you've got the Trollbirds with that much sort of tankier lineup with Kagura, Carrie, Fredrin, Belleric, and Mincy. I mean, looking to win through the front to back team fights and objective control. However, like, even though the drops look relatively even on paper, I mean, the difference also came down to execution. You got CTO's experience itself, like, really showing through. I mean, their macro play was incredibly disciplined, like rotating efficiently around the map, securing the objectives on spawn, and seemingly to be one step ahead when it came to the setting up fights. I mean, They weren't necessarily looking for flashy plays, they were simply making the correct decisions over and over again. I mean, on the micro side part of it, their team coordination was excellent. Like Ruby and Choi constantly was finding these angles to disrupt Trollbirds while Nathan was given all the space he needed to deal damage safely from the backline. And of course, the that Matilda pick, like now, Donny, I don't know if you're still recovering from a couple of years ago, but seeing that Matilda on screen, yes, it was a bit of a PTSD kicks in. Whether it's getting that unexpected dive under a tower or watching a carry disappear from half a screen away, or just seeing their teammates suddenly fly into the fights they probably shouldn't have taken. Matilda seems to create that chaos. And that's exactly what happened there. I mean, they've used Matilda brilliantly, not just for engages, but for repositioning teammates and controlling those fights. Credit it's due though. I mean, Trollbird showed plenty of promise for a newer team in the competition, and they weren't intimidated by the occasion. So they looked willing to fight, willing to contest objectives, and there were definitely moments where the competition kind of threatened to turn things around. But I think what separated those two from the first round is the experience. Like CTO have been in these situations before, and when the pressure moments arrive, like it is on the early game, they will make better decisions around objectives. Better decision in team fights, and ultimately converted those advantages into game one victory. So it's advantage cut Oblivion as they move to match point. Can Troll Birds bounce back and force a game three, or will cut Oblivion close out the series? We'll find out after this.
Surprise, surprise, my man. Surprise, surprise. I know that Gon has been working on his Death Note, ladies and gentlemen. He's got this one book where he's got every single thing written down, and you just really hope that your name is not there, because I'm pretty sure what is written down right now is for us to witness this entire best of three series. Are you hoping for a reverse sweep, my man?
Yeah, I am hoping for a 1-1. Let's take it step by step here. I'm scared / Sahishnu, but I gotta make things clear. I gotta clarify. My Death Note is blank, but only Matilda is on that list. So just one. I only have one name, all right, and that's the Matilda. Now I'm hoping that this is not going to be a trend, but I do believe with the Bakshas, the Fredrin popping up, the Matilda is just going to naturally show up. But yes, just to clarify, I have a Death Note, and it's only Matilda on that list. Not the people, by the way. I'm not against you Matilda names. Just a hero. Full period.
Imagine you're just walking and playing a game, and randomly you see someone in the lobby with the name Matilda, and you get triggered with your PTSD. Pick up a Matilda. All right, we're going to throw that out the window. But hopefully, seeing all that tanky jungle meta, it kind of brings my PTSD back, as well as the gold laner, considering now you only have a carry to deal with them, not even a Cloud, who could have utilized this flying cloud a little bit more to hop back into the lanes and everything else. But it kind of feels weird being out in this situation where even the Freya has been nerfed out a bit. I don't think so. She'd be as prioritized as she was previously. Ruby's brought her back up. That's fine. Harith is there, but there's only Carry as a solid marksman if you think about it.
I think, the carry definitely is, I think, S tier now. We're talking about the patch. So let's see, will that happen again? Now, I do want to touch on what Marco said earlier. I think the Matilda is definitely good at repositioning your teammates, and we get to see that very evidently, right? He's not just able to go in an aggressive scout and bait out resources. He's able to also get his teammate back to safety with the guiding wind, and that is another reason why I hate the Matilda. It's so annoying. But yes, let's talk about the drafts here. I'm sure that the Matilda should be banned here from the side of Trollbirds, because Cut to Oblivion definitely can utilize that, even on red side.
True. You can potentially leave a few open as a bait, but There we go. I know you're going to be smiling right now, Goni. It's the Matilda
Mm-hmm.
planned out. We ain't witnessing any of that right now. So, a respect being shown by Trollbirds. Answer back, a Zetian. Understandable, but what's the direction that we are looking at from Trollbirds right now? Just reactive?
Hmm. Yeah, I think this is a very unique ban. I gotta say, Zetian, in the first phase, by the way. So yeah, I think they're really respecting the hero here, from the side of Trollbirds, the mid laner. It's gonna be the Hilda ban out. So it seems like again, right, the speedy heroes that will be again deleted from the side of Trollbirds, from the side of Katsu Oblivion. Oh, again with the Leslie ban. So it's just a respect towards the gold laner here.
Pick the Jushin or pick the box here. One of those two.
Yeah.
I know that we always talk about that priority, right? But this is something which you don't want both to go on the other side. It's going to be a menace, a nightmare to deal with such a solid early game. They'd be invading in your jungle and you'd not be able to farm up at all. So pick one up at least.
They gotta pick one up, and seems like they will pick neither. Scared yet. Paquito will be locked in. Now, it is again, if we're talking about that era, we have seen Paquito Matilda work as well. So even okay, no Matilda, but yeah, the Paquito Matilda maybe can come through in other slash future games as well. You know, it's menacing. The guiding wind is there to help the Paquito, but it will still be the Fred this time from the side of Katsu Oblivion, paired with the Eve though. So that's a very strong trio mid.
Amazing opening from them. Have got that one area that they can play in, and Fred becomes almost invincible in that, with the constant knockups as well as the taunts, and then immobilize. That's a lot of chain crowd control which you can get caught in though, but instant answer back in the form of that claw to try and counter the RWM. Though I'm a bit skeptical after the nerf if it's gonna work or not. I've seen it 2 times already. It hasn't worked out. Third time's a charm, hopefully.
Third time's a charm indeed. It's gonna be the Zushin finally locked in. So instead of the Zushin Katsu Oblivion there, you know, I think the Yve is more powerful. We talked about it earlier. We were paired with the Fredrin, building up towards a strong trio mid. Now the Cho worked out in the first game. Why not locked it now? Again, just solid quote unquote trio mid locked in for the first phase of Katsu Oblivion. If not the Roamer, maybe they can lock in the gold laner here. I think those two are definitely the two roles that they're discussing. Which matters most? It seems like it's still going to be the Cho. So they're locking in the trio mid again. Cho, Yve, and Fred. Again, a very strong, stable, early, mid to late. It's good.
And now, since I'm looking on the side of Trollbirds, you have to ban out a carry. You cannot let that Cho carry combination go through. And to pair it up or double down on it, maybe ban out either a Harith, considering he goes great with the Eve, or a Beatrix. You don't want to see the Penetrate into the way of the dragon. Yeah, that's horrible. On the other side, though, cut to Oblivion, instantly banning out the Kaja to deny that suppression potential whenever San wants to hop in to make that play. Maybe ban out the Kalea too, or you know what, the high loss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the high loss definitely can fit in the composition of Trollbirds. You know, if it were to be left open, definitely a hero that can cause issues again with the glorious pathway, breaks the momentum. But it seems like Trollbirds they're neglecting the gold laners here. Instead, they prioritize to limit and to limit the EXP laners instead. The Phobius off the board here. It seems like they're saying we want to give the Paquito quote unquote winning lineup or lane.
I think so. They got to ban the Sora as well in that sense.
You're right. The The Valentina cannot be picked up by Cut to Oblivion, so the Sora cannot be picked up by a Trollbird. So yeah, the Sora makes sense, but Cut to Oblivion, yeah, the Baksha off the board now.
Makes sense though, technically. You have got a damage dealing EXP along with the scaling goal lane. So you'd rather want something that can sustain through into that jungle and go head to head against the Fred. Now with the Baxia being banned out, the only other option for a tank jungle that I'm looking at is an Akai, which you have been mentioning that it's been rising up in popularity. And also maybe a Balman if they want to try things up, which
I like the two options there. Akai being the first, and then Balman definitely can again just pop off. The Harith is going to be the choice. So the carry is still up and available, Sahishnu.
It's a straightforward pick as well. I think so. It works amazing with the front to back that you have, along with the pick-off potential with the Cho. Fits super well. Also wins the lane against a Claude. And Carrie used to beat Claude in a 1v1 when Claude was buffed up. Now she's going to destroy him.
So it is going to be a quote-unquote easy head-to-head there in the goal lane if they do lock in the carry. But you mentioned also the Beatrix. They can definitely delay the gold lane pick here as well. Locking an EXP laner first. The Yu Zong is still up and available. Oh, it seems like it's going to be neither the Beatrix nor the carry. Instead, they will lock in the Bruno. Wow.
There's a friend of mine who's been on the casting desk as well, and his name is Sasuke. The moment patch notes came out, has been constantly yapping to me that Bruno will see the rise in the pick rate. Bruno will be picked up, considering Berserkers is his core item, and now it deals true damage as well, 12%, and that to pre-damage reduction. So he's gonna strike hard. And I've been a bit skeptical about it. I'm like, yeah, maybe he will show up a little bit, but not as much as you think it does. But guess what? Here we are. Cut to Oblivion, showing a Methilda mid in the first game. Now Bruno in the golden for the second game. You gotta have some lockdown. Hylos, good. And Aulus in the jungle.
Whoa. I'm digesting. I'm processing. And I don't know about this. I'm still digesting, but you mentioned the Hylos earlier. It is left open from the side of CTO, and they lock it in, right? Another hero that can break momentum, but the plot thickens because it's an Esmeralda last pick here.
It does make sense. Will win the lane against a Pakito, can straight away use the shield from the Crimson Beacon of Jushin. So that kind of answers back for the sandbag as well. We'll just need to see the spell that will be up there, though. Goni, I hope your digestion works fast, because I'm gonna ask you to predict.
I gotta even though I'm too skeptical about the Aulus. I like the pick. I like the crazy picks, but I gotta give to Cut to Oblivion. I think it's gonna be a different story from our first match. It's not gonna be a 2-1 fashion. I think we will get to see a sweep here in this match. What about you?
Even after the buff that it's received, right? We're gonna come back onto that conversation right now, people.
Yes.
As again, a potential last game for this evening right now. It's already a 1-0 in favor of Cut to Oblivion, who are looking to end it at a 2-0. But we'll see if the story repeats for the first series that we saw, or is it going to end up well for Cut to Oblivion? Hopping in, Trollbirds on the blue, CTO on the red.
Let's see. Again, you mentioned it, potential final game. Will we see another third game, or perhaps we end it here? Now, again, despite the changes, despite the adjustments, I think it's still too gimmicky. I feel like, again, I'm not convinced, but please prove me wrong. I mean, last series, I'm not convinced. I was not convinced of the Brody. Prove me wrong. So I still feel like the Aulus is still too gimmicky.
I agree. I mean, there's this a bit of anti-CC in the kit itself. Oh, okay. All right,
That's
Andre.
the power of Bruno.
That's the volley shots for you. And I mean,
This is Sasuke showing this is why the Bruno is gonna be meta. Showing to you.
I agree. Hopefully his name ends up in Messi, because that's the kind of performance he needs to put up out there on the other side. Omets will be the person who will have that aggression soaked up, and he might miss a few minions.
Yeah, let's see here at the bottom. Oh, that's already an early flicker from Omets. So that's earlier on. So that's already something to keep an eye out. Definitely can be abused by CTO, but so far, no kills on the board just yet here. First 2 minutes in, and with that in mind, it's going to be the Fred already taking initiative on the turtle, but it seems like Trollbird's not going to give it for free.
No creeps for him to actually get. Oh, never mind. Just walks in like a chat, steals it up with the retribution right now, and even with the RWM drop down, I don't think so anyone on Trollbird cares about it. First, picks up the first blood. And with that, we go for the disengage.
That's going to be crazy. That's going to be enough for Cut to Oblivion to build and establish a good early game foundation here. Scared yet. And yeah, with that, let's take a look at the tempo already towards the bottom lane we go. 3v1 dive potentially.
Yeah, there's no BMI available, by the way, for Omets. So, got to be a bit more careful about that. Flicker was also on the cooldown, but Cut to Oblivion decided they don't want to fight there. Andre picking up the Heart's Claw early on, under 3 minutes, man.
That's crazy.
This Bruno is gonna hurt.
Yeah, you can see the gold shield turret in the bottom lane already almost to 0. That's a taunt, a big one. Gel not able to survive, again taken down. That's just gonna be the roamer again off the board here early.
Not really the best thing happening for Trollbirds. They had the good start in the previous game, and even after that, kind of succumbed to the pressure from Cut to Oblivion. This time, they don't even have that.
Yeah, this is definitely not an ideal start here for the side of Trollbirds, and with this dive potentially coming, Omets is just struggling to farm now.
He's dead. He should be dead. He's absolutely surviving with the flicker. That is so fortunate for him to get that back up. But right now, with the Glorious Pathway drop down, they want to try and push the issue further. Power of Axe there, Cleaving Axe. Ooh. Not yet used up though. San is just sidestepping everything. This man is holding on to the way of the dragon to the very last second right now. RWM drop down as well. Bonk on the face as Jill falls first again. And San, he's just playing around with Trollbirds.
And this is why you go comfort over meta. If you're that good and that swift on the show, why not pick it up? And you can see already Cut to Oblivion just invading the jungle of TB, and we're not 5 minutes into the game. That's not a good sign for Trollbirds.
What can Charbel even do in this situation? He's got about 2.1 thousand gold for himself. Yes, fine, cool. No retribution, no more buffs. The turtle's been taken away. He doesn't have anywhere to farm.
This is again why I don't really like the Owless pick. You know, might as go, like you said, the Bowman, right? It feels like a discounted Martis, I gotta say, this Owless pick. I gotta say, bro, I sure you had some anti-CC, but might as well go for the Martis pick. At least you have Decimation. But now, again, Cut to Oblivion, just eating up the jungles, dominating in lanes, and Trollbirds, they can't even farm in their own jungles.
I'm gonna call it right now. They do have the Claude as well for a bit of a late game insurance, but there's no way Omets will have a fun time farming. There's no turret down bottom. The wave is being frozen by Cut to Oblivion. They've taken mid, and there we go. The first wave of the dragon finally used up in a taunt as well, and they did not even require the Appraiser's Wrath for that kill. They just simply picked it up.
Yeah, the gold lead is definitely too grand at this stage of the game, and Cut to Oblivion, again, the harmony of skills just on point. Now the Berserker's Fury already for Andre, so that's a big power spike to his name. And let's see, finally, shout out Sasuke, your friend, right? Let's see Bruno, Berserker's Fury in action.
Yep, wants to try and hop in. Another knock up onto 3 right now. They want to go in for the chase as well, though. Half HP down on the Fred. But Aslam will move back up. Barely surviving. Grim cannot hop back in this fight. Charvel, even though he used the cleaving axe, but it doesn't really matter. No one was eventually caught in it. And look at the positioning of Cut to Oblivion. They don't care about what's happening. Furs is in the backline. They catch Charvel down. They're trying to take the turret as well without any minions right now, and everyone's HP on the side of Trollbird is so low, and finally they dropped the real world manipulation to give a triple kill to this Bruno. Make it a maniac right now. No, Checo takes it away. I wish we could have seen that, but Cut to Oblivion are cutting it to the end.
They're dominating the game. Trollbirds cannot handle the balls of Andre. And 8 minutes in, take a look at the gold lead, almost 10K. And we're not even 8 minutes in, Sahishnu. How do you handle the balls from Andre?
I don't know, man. It's just too tough. They're just too big at this point, dealing so much damage to you with the Berserker's Fury. I don't know how you handle all of that. Every single volley shot will hit you right where you hit it the most. And that is through your armor, through your HP. Omits is... I haven't seen a full HP Omits in about 2 to 3 minutes right now.
That is concerning, definitely, from the side of Trollbirds. And they're waiting, right? Oh, that's an attempt.
Yep.
Tazlim is able to sidestep to safety. 16 minutes here on the clock for our first lore to spawn. And they're waiting, right? CTO, they're waiting for that whilst they're looking for an angle.
Yeah, never mind, Grim. You are the one whose soul is being reaped first out there with the Bruno balls. The volley shots are just too good right now. Want to catch Gel as well, but he will be running away back to safety. They tried to get something in mid, but did not really. Not overstepping their boundaries as well. And look at the confidence of Jekko. He's less than half HP. There's an Aulus in front of him. He doesn't care because he's got the RWM. He drops it down right now with the Blazing Dweller. Drop down instantly cancelled by the way of the dragon into the taunt of Fred. They can't do anything. There's a counter on the other side for every decision they make.
Definitely not.
Alright.
This is just, again, a one-sided game. And you mentioned it, Jetko just controlling the fight. He had no mana earlier, but still so confident. But now, here comes the siege.
Yeah, want to try and push it even further right now. Charvel taken down yet again. That is Miralda's dance. Is a bit too enchanting for him to live. And through it all, we saw Omens join in the fight once. He got way of the dragon out of that fight, into the fountain, waiting to be respawned. I don't think so he can show up again before he gets the Winter Crown.
Yeah, that's again.
He's dead. Never mind.
Okay, he's able to keep his distance at least for now. Tazlim pops a retribution though. That's a taunt.
Yep, trying to catch one, forcing out the Crimson Beacon as well from Hazel. Will hop back though, but yeah, guess what? 3 major ultimates forced up. They can easily take this Lord.
Yeah, should be a no-brainer. That's gonna be a 3-1. Uh-oh, in the mid.
I did not really like that move. Charvel bursts down in a second. Grim has got no skills left. All on cooldown. The horse ain't running away, man. There is 1 horsepower for the side of TB, but it ain't enough right now. They're just zooming past everyone. Cut to Oblivion. They don't even care about the Lord marching in. They're just trying to burst it down. Omets is nowhere to be seen. My bro has decided that he's going to play for the KDA right now. It's done. It's dusted. They're cutting it all open.
Sign, seal, delivered. Again, they are a contender for a reason. They're the champions. Some of them are champions for a reason. And this is why they are the #1 team to beat here in Season 3. Still, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a clean sweep for Cut to Oblivion. And we're not seeing 11 minutes. We didn't get to past 11 minutes. It's just 2-0. Looking at the scoreboard, it's 0 kills on the board. Second runner-up, rather, This is why they're a contender. But 0 kills on the board here, Shahishnu, for Trollbirds on the second game. That's crazy.
True. They just could not do anything in that entire game. And I'm kind of skeptical about going in for the Wind Talker as the first item, right? Now, as much as I'm understandable over the fact that sometimes the Wind Talker helps you out, but it only works if you're ahead in the game, if you're
Yeah.
winning in that game. If you're losing, you're just dealing your Trinity not just to 11-minute mark, but rather to directly 13, 14-minute mark. Sometimes not even reaching to that point. So that's the kind of work which was being put in there, though, Goni. But all right, we saw both the series. Now, before we throw it to Marcosaurus Rex, tell me, how was your experience out here at the OCC?
I mean, it's good. It's good. I mean, so far it's good, and this is just the beginning, right? This is just the beginning, and the picks, the gameplay, I'm all for it. So I'm excited to see what will happen tomorrow, the next day, next week, till the grand finals. Let's say again. So Sahishnu, Gani, we'll have to throw it.
Yeah.
What about you though? How was your experience today?
I had a lot of fun. Being on the desk with you is absolutely a dream come true for me as well. So, and it's not just
Likewise.
that, a huge shout out for the entire team of OCC to make it a possibility, people. I'm truly grateful for all of you. Looking forward for more action from the teams as well now. Marco, take it away. It's your stage.
All right, guys. Now we've got the result in for match 2, game 2, and Cut to Oblivion close out the series with a sweep over Trollbirds. Now, coming into that draft, obviously CTO put together a very balanced composition with Fredrin, Eve, Cho, Bruno, and Esmeralda. It's quite a strong front line. Reliable, engaged, excellent zoning, and a clear win condition through Bruno scaling into that early and mid game. I mean, TB just drafted, Paquito, Zushin, Claude, and that composition looked to create chaos in skirmishes, but enforce early mid fights and eventually transition into that Claude as their late game win condition, which did not happen. I mean, CTO showed exactly why they were last season's runners up. Their macro play was once again on full display. They consistently rotated first the objectives, controlled vision, dictated the tempo of the map with absolute discipline. And every movement felt calculated and experienced. A key turning point, however, was that gold lane control through Bruno. He built a significant early and mid game gold advantage through clean laning, wave control, and strong rotation. Support from his team. That snowball meant his damage output became overwhelming far earlier than Trollbirds expected. And then once Bruno reached his mid game spike, the fight became extremely difficult to contest. The real standout remained CTO's teamfight execution. And for TB, while there were glimpses of potential through their picks, it extended fights. One of the major structural issue comes from that Olus pick. It simply didn't fit the pace of that match against CTO, controlled tempo and early pressure. So Olus struggled to find sort of meaningful impact, often arriving a little bit late or lacking the space to scale into those fights effectively. I mean, it left Trollbirds without reliable mid-game bridge between the early skirmishes and through late game scaling. So credit to Trollbirds for never stop the fighting. Even when behind, they looked for those engages and attempted to force moments of chaos. But CTO's experience consistently shut those windows down. Their decision making in those moments was cleaner, faster, and far more controlled. In the end, CTO's superior macro veteran composure and Bruno's early to mid game dominance secured them a well earned 2-0 series victory. So, Cut Oblivion advanced once again, reinforcing why they remain one of the strongest contender in OCC Season 3. And with that, we've come to the end of another fantastic night of OCC Season 3 action. On behalf of the entire production team, I'd like to extend a massive thank you to everyone who made tonight possible. First and foremost, thank you to our players and teams for putting on an incredible show. Competitive Mobile Legends wouldn't exist without your dedication, preparation, and passion for the game. A huge thank you to our both shoutcaster Gonny and Scared Yet for bringing in the action to life and keep us entertained throughout the evening. We truly appreciate the energy and insight you bring to every broadcast. Thank you to all the staff, admins, observers, production crew, and everyone working behind the scenes, and the countless hours you guys put in and shoot these events run smoothly. And most importantly, thank you all to watching at home, whether you're tuning in from Australia, New Zealand, or elsewhere in the world. Your support is what keeps this community growing. Every view, every comment, every cheer for your favorite game help makes OCC what it is today. So congratulations to tonight's winners, Xeon, Nexus, and CTO for securing their victories and advancing further into the competition. And a special shout out to both Bright Tenebris and Trollbirds. While the results didn't go your way, both teams showed moments of brilliance and determination and sportsmanship. We hope to see you continue growing and competing, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you back again in a future OCC season. But the action doesn't stop there. We'll be back again tomorrow at the same time, 8:30 p.m. Brisbane time, for another exciting night of Mobile Legends competition. Until then, this is Marcosaurus Rex signing off. Thank you for watching OCC Season 3, Rising from Greatest Depths. Have a wonderful evening. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for more incredible Mobile Legend action. Good night, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found.